Welcome, everybody, to episode number 38 of the Dragon's Den podcast here on the channel. My name is Eric Hopkins, a.k.a. Gel, and I'm joined tonight by Miranda Nicole is Sir Spoomington III down there on the bottom. No Matt tonight. He's a little bit under the weather. Hopefully he'll feel better soon and be able to come back maybe next week. But we're still hoping to maybe see Aaron tonight. We'll have to wait to see if he wants to show up or not. Yeah, so how's everybody doing tonight?
Good.
Good.
I'm tired still, weirdly. But yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sleepy a little bit. Dude.
For a guy who didn't go to work today, he's pretty tired.
Listen,
Well,
you should have took a day out of my work.
Yeah, sure.
I'm tired. I went to work today, but all this winning is like
Yes.
Tired of
like-
dubs.
Oh, I'm not tired of the dubs.
Not tired of it. It's just it's so exciting that I'm tired.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely it definitely drains your brain a little bit, I guess, just all the stuff that you've had to consume this week, which we're going to get into by the end of the show when we're talking
It's also
about
like
politics.
that feeling of like relief, but that relief comes exhaustion because you've been anticipating this shit and you've been telling people about it, but nobody wants to fucking listen.
Yeah.
And now that it's happening, it's like every time something you said comes to fruition and it's to be true, it's like, but then at the same time, you're exhausted because you've been holding all this shit in. So,
and now it's time to celebrate and a little bit of elation as well. So, but yeah, like I said, we'll get into all that stuff for the end of the show. We got some pro wrestling tonight. We got quite a bit of movie news as well as some pro football talk. We got the AFC and NFC championship games coming up on Sunday. We'll get into those as well. And like I said, always rounding out the show with the news and politics as we usually do here too. So you guys want to just get right on into it? We got a lot to talk about, so let's get it. Let's start here, if I can find the right transition, with pro wrestling. All right, so a lot of stuff about pro wrestling this week. I think moving forward, I'll probably start doing some more individual shows throughout the week. Probably doing some of the WWE and AEW recaps maybe during the week a little more. Kind of give a little bit more space here on the channel for some other stuff. We'll still talk like pro wrestling news and pay-per-view predictions and stuff probably on this as well, just to kind of break it up a little bit. Also to get the recaps out a little bit earlier in the week instead of waiting all the way till Friday for them. So that's probably what I'll end up doing going forward. But tonight we're going to review the shows like we normally do. as well. But before we get into that, I thought it'd be interesting to talk about. Apparently, we already do know the fact that WWE will be bringing WrestleMania and SummerSlam to Indianapolis, Indiana in the coming years following the Royal Rumble, taking place here in just over 1 week's time. Now, rumors are suggesting that WWE is eyeing Indianapolis as the home for WrestleMania 43 in 2027 and the home of SummerSlam in the summer of 2028. These
I'll
rumors,
stop you right there. Hold on.
Go for it. Yeah.
Oh, there's an echo. There's an echo.
Another echo.
Only me.
Sounds good on my end. You good? No?
No, I can hear it.
All right. I think I know what's going on. Hold on. Let me do this. It's the way I'm presenting it. It's like it did last week. I was hoping it wouldn't do that, but we'll do it anyway. Okay. Let me know if this is any better. Here we go. All right. Take two. Better? Tech testy 1, 2. All right. Here we go. Okay. Take two. Let's start over. We already know that WWE will be bringing WrestleMania and SummerSlam to Indianapolis, Indiana in the coming years following the Royal Rumble taking place here in just over 1 week's time. Now rumors are suggesting that WWE is eyeing Indianapolis as the home for WrestleMania 43 in 2027 and the home of SummerSlam in the summer of 2028. These rumors suggest WWE already has a location in mind for WrestleMania 42 in 2026. So if they're not coming back here till 2027, I'm perfectly okay with that because it gives me a little more time to save some more money. That's kind of the way I'm looking at this.
All I was going to say is SummerSlam in the summer versus winter in Indy.
Fair.
Count me in. I will start. I'll put that on the calendar.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because that sounds like a winner.
Well, that the summer of 2028 gives you about 3 years time to save the money. Well, about 2 years to get the tickets, somewhere in there. And WrestleMania 43, that would be 2 years from this year's WrestleMania. So give you about another year and a half.
So we'll see. We'll have to see. It's still in the early spring.
True.
I forgot WrestleMania. Yeah.
I mean, April wouldn't be too awfully bad, but yeah, I don't blame you. I'm not looking forward to standing out in the cold for the Royal Rumble in about a week.
I forgot. Y'all got to, oof.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. A friend of ours at work was talking about how he goes to a lot of Colts games up there. Talks about how if you park in a certain parking garage, there's actually an underground tunnel that connects from the convention center into Lucas Oil. So that might be an option we may have to look at.
There you go.
But, yes.
You figure that out and you let us know.
Yeah, there you go. Then maybe we'll go to WrestleMania. Yeah, maybe we can do it.
You give us a scouting report and then we'll go from there.
We'll go from there. I got you covered. I got you. It's all good.
Because even when we went to that Colts game, it was a little chilly.
It was.
Yeah, it was. That was November, somewhere like that. Yeah. So Mike's in the chat says these dang kids probably won't let me save any money. Well, he's going with me to the Rumble, so hopefully I'll have a little bit of
Be careful.
Well, we'll talk about it a little bit more next week right before we get to that show.
Just wait until they want to go with you, Mike, because that's our problem. We got to buy 5 tickets.
Oh wow, yeah, have fun with that.
You think my kids would miss that? Jackson, we would never hit the end of it. And now he
would murder us in our sleep.
Yeah, you think Jackson, and then if Jaden learns that Ray's going to be there, and he's not going to be there to see it, like come on now, now that Penta's there, Jackson also loves Penta, and so it's a whole thing. Oh, speaking of which, real quick. I had to have a talk with him about this whole Penta thing because he was trying to perform Penta's driver on he grabbed Loki of all the animals in the house, the biggest one. And I go, Jackson, no. Uh-oh.
You gonna pull off a Mexican destroyer? But anyway, Mike's in the chat as well. Again, he said that wife won't let the kids watch wrestling. I watch wrestling when they sleep. So that's probably a smart idea. That whole do not try this at home thing, But didn't stop us growing up. We were still doing all sorts of stuff. I remember doing wrestling moves on the trampoline, just stunners and stuff.
I would love.
I'd rather my kids learn how to take a bump than.
You gotta learn to sell properly. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, turn off furniture before wrestling. So
nice.
So I'm to blame for that incident.
Yeah, you didn't help the matter, did you?
Mm-mm.
So when it comes to actual WWE action this week, last week was Tiffany Stratton on SmackDown. She defended her WWE Women's Championship versus Bayley, like we anticipated on last week's podcast. She ended up defeating Bayley in that match, so again, no surprise there. But SmackDown started off with Rey Mysterio, who came out to the ring. This guy won the 2006 Royal Rumble and declared his entry into the 2025 Royal Rumble match, but he was quickly then interrupted by KO, which led to a match between the two where Kevin Owens got the win via nefarious means, and while Kevin Owens feigned like he was showing respect to Rey, they proceeded to attempt a package pile driver on Rey Mysterio here. This brought out Cody Rhodes, and that led to a huge brawl with security getting involved as KO hightailed it out of there. But just more build to their ladder match for the two titles at the Royal Rumble. Thoughts on this and how they booked that? Interesting to see Kevin Owens
Here's the thing.
I'm sure he was actually showing respect, but yeah.
Oh, yeah. I love Kevin Owens as a heel. Like, I remember when he showed up at NXT and he went after Sammy. The first time Sammy took that power bomb on the apron from the outside, I was like, dude, Kevin Owens is so believable as a heel because of his character. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't like Kevin Owens as a heel because, like, he looks mean.
But that's the thing. His whole mantra when he first started was, and still continues to be, fight Owens, fight. He's a prize fighter. So, like, him going out there and doing stuff like this, or even him turning heel the way he turned heel, it all fits for Kevin. And Cody's the ultimate underdog. I told you this before. Like, yeah, it was cool having him win that title, but Cody is at his best when he's chasing after that belt. And if you give him a heel that he can chase after, i.e. Cody or Kevin Owens, it's magic. And the build to this match is going to be great. Or is going great.
It is kind of weird that Cody's the champion, but in a way, he's still chasing a title belt.
Yes.
In a way. I never really thought of that, but that's one way to book a baby face. I mean, okay, yes, that's new.
Like, yeah, he hasn't lost his belt, but yet it seems like he's lost it.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. In a way, yeah, good point. Mike said one of the girls has been trying amateur wrestling at school, so watch out, buddy. They're going to be wrestling you under the table.
Yeah, I thought about that for Anaya for a while, and then I thought about it again, and I was like, nah, she'll be trying to do that shit to her brothers. Nope.
Yeah, it's probably not a good idea.
I want to put them both in karate.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Also on SmackDown this week, Jey Uso looked to have new attire, or at least it's the first time I've seen it, and he looked to be beginning his own solo run over on SmackDown versus Carmelo Hayes. The man who don't miss seems to just keep missing on the main roster, in my opinion. I'm just not feeling Carmelo Hayes yet. He's got loads of talent, but just isn't working for me. Any thoughts on Carmelo Hayes' current main roster run?
With him and Andrade was awesome. Carmelo Hayes, you're right, is a great hand, but he just needs a story to fall into. And I think this with Jay, or I'm sorry, I know it's not Jay, but it looks like Jay. It's not Jay. This with Jimmy could be the start of a nice story and a few. Here's the thing that I miss about wrestling that we only got one other time in recent years is a best of match. You got one with the best of 7 with Cesaro and Sheamus, which was awesome, but that's how they became the Bar. Rightfully so, because like that was some of their best work, honestly. We got that like a mini series with Carmelo and Andrade. I would love a best of match between two really good guys in the ring, and I think Carmelo could benefit from a story like that. Now, Trick is going to be caught up here soon. There's still heat between those two. I doubt Trick will end up on Raw. There's a huge probability he'll end up on SmackDown. So I think him and Carmelo already having that familiarity with each other. And now with Trick being, he was NXT champion. Carmelo was also NXT champion. Trick won it off of Carmelo at one point, if I'm not mistaken. So I think a best of series would work great. And you could tell that story of them competing to see, you may have gotten here before me, but I'm better than you now as far as Trick goes. And go from there. But I think Carmelo is just lacking a direction right now.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. I mean, I don't know. It's just for whatever they've been doing, whatever was working at NXT so far has not got there. I think it will. It's just going to take a little more time, I think, for sure. But in this case, though, after the match was over with Jey Uso, it ended up in a DQ. So yeah, because Jacob Fatu and Tama Tonga attacked Jimmy Uso and even attacked Carmelo Hayes. This attack heralded the return of Solo Sikoa, who we have not seen since the Tribal Combat match where he fought Roman Reigns for the Ula Fala. And Solo Sikoa, who was being booed vociferously by the crowd, he came out to the ring, looked like he was going to cut a promo, but then he dropped the mic and just walked off. So, yeah, I mean, he definitely wasn't feeling us here. And Jacob Fatu wasn't feeling it either. And he happened to grab the microphone and then declare that he's just getting started personally in more of a singles role and maybe picking up more of a prominent role here with the Bloodline. So, yeah, interesting there. What are your thoughts on Jacob Fatu kind of leading, Tama Tonga and Tonga Loa if Solo is not able to continue his role, which I'm sure he will come around.
If we do a 3-man GOD, or a new version of the GOD with Tama Tonga, Tangaloa, and Jacob Fatu, I'm all for it. But these are also guys who don't really need a leader in that aspect. This was the first time you really got to hear Jacob cut a promo to an extent, but I think he's going into a feud with LA Knight.
Oh, yeah. Well, before that,
hell, even him a feud with Braun Strowman would be good.
Well, it's we're getting that tomorrow night, as a matter of fact. So, Fatu and Tonga were attacked by LA Knight and Braun Strowman during this promo, and the Samoan Werewolf and the Monster of all monsters went face to face before Tama Tonga pulled Jacob Fatu to safety. Braun Strowman and Jacob Fatu will officially meet at Saturday night's main event tomorrow night on NBC, which we're going to talk about that here in just a little bit. So hold tight there. As for Monday Night Raw, Jey Uso and Gunther cut promos on each other that ended up in a brawl, setting up their title match at Saturday night's main event. Jey Uso said that only one of them has main evented WrestleMania, and it wasn't Gunther. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but Jey Uso himself hasn't main evented WrestleMania. Cody Rhodes and Roman Reigns did, and Jey was involved via the Bloodline in Tribal Combat, sure, but I wouldn't consider that Jey main eventing a WrestleMania. Am I wrong?
Weren't they? No, that was The Rock and Roman, the night one.
Yeah, well, yeah, Rock and Roman against Cody and Seth. Yeah, so no, Jey is technically not wrestled in a main event match. Now, yes, he fought Jimmy, but that wasn't main event. You know what I'm saying? So him telling Gunther that he main evented WrestleMania, I was like, no, you really didn't, bro. But I see what he's saying. He was involved in the main event angle. Sure. Okay, fine. But that's maybe just me nitpicking, but at the same time, that's...
Sound like a hater.
No, I'm just trying to be...
No, you sound like a hater. Sound like a hater.
So, yeah.
Sound like a couple of haters.
Yeah. So...
No, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
Hey, Brandon, somebody we know was in the chat. Did somebody say Solo? I'm in the house tonight. Okay. So...
All right, Solo.
Well, hi, Solo.
Yeah, good to see you, man. So thank you for watching. That's awesome.
Your last name is Sikoa.
Oh, okay. You're right, Mike. Thank you for the correction. Mike said Jey is referring to WrestleMania 39 Night 1 against KO and Sammy. I forgot the Usos. Okay.
Yeah. So
my bad.
He is right.
I stand corrected. All right. So see, I don't get it always right either. So
sound like a hater.
I will sound like a little bit of a hater, but that's okay. But yeah, so yeah, I mean, talk about eating a little crow there, but that's okay.
I honestly forgot about that.
Yeah, I did too. I mean, that's out. Shoot, it's been what? I guess it's about only 2 years ago, so I shouldn't have forgotten about it. But yeah. All right, like this is the thing I hate about doing it this way with the echo, because now I gotta pause and pull up the next tab. But anyway, all right. So also on Monday Night Raw, Sami Zayn, he also officially declared for the Royal Rumble as well, and much like he did on SmackDown, Kevin Owens also interrupted Sami Zayn, which is kind of an interesting little bit of a wrinkle there. Kevin said that he knows Sami will win the Royal Rumble, and Kevin Owens will also beat Cody Rhodes because they will main event WrestleMania together for the Winged Eagle title. Kevin Owens said he always has Sami Zayn's back, and he knows that Sami has his, insinuating maybe that Sami Zayn may help Kevin Owens beat Cody at the Royal Rumble. I like that, at least trying to get you to think about that potential possibility. It was an outstanding segment that added to the KO Cody feud as well as Sami Zayn's arc. Kevin Owens came off like a manipulator and a gaslighter, while Sami played the sympathetic babyface role to a T with this fantastic facial expression. So, could they potentially help each other win at Royal Rumble? I mean, I don't think Kevin's going to help him win the Rumble, but maybe Sami could get coerced to help him against Cody.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, especially the way this show ended, which we're going to get into in just a second, kind of gives.
Or he could inadvertently help KO him.
Yeah, I could definitely maybe see that. That'd be a good way to take it for sure.
Mm-hmm.
To start out the show, Nia Jax attacked Rhea Ripley before the show even started, and then had a match with Bayley, who's officially on Monday Night Raw. She now has 2 losses just this week alone, so it sucks to be her in a way. But at the same time, you're losing to Tiffany Stratton and then the former women's champion at Nia Jax, so fine. But Nia Jax was celebrating her victory over Bayley when Rhea attacked her in the ring, and another huge brawl broke out. Seems like a lot of brawls happened on WWE television this week. I know of at least 2 included security getting involved. But at least this one ended with Rhea challenging Nia Jax to a match at Saturday night's main event, which appears to be non-title. But at the same time, these 2 ladies will probably have a good match. I know they've wrestled in the past. So, I mean, this will be a nice little bit of a battle between 2 megastars in the women's division for sure. So I have no problem with that.
I don't see why she would put her title on the line. This for what? This isn't about that. I
got no problem with that part of it for sure. I mean, she's the champion's challenging her, so maybe if Nia gets a win, she's going to demand a title match. I'm sure
that would make sense. Yeah, that would make sense then.
But yeah, for now, I mean, Rhea doesn't have to put her title on the line. But so we'll see how that goes and how that ends up playing out. We also got a promo from CM Punk saying he'll throw 29 other superstars over the top rope in the Royal Rumble. He said he'd even throw Hulk Hogan's old dusty ass over the rope. But this was a clear dig at Hogan getting booed at a few weeks ago on the debut on Netflix. Apparently that line was completely unscripted, and it said there's absolutely no heat on Punk from the executives for saying it. In fact, the word is the executives and creative laughed about it when he said it live. So there should be no heat for it, absolutely. No, I mean, Punk's just delivered a great line, and it got a great reaction from the crowd. So well done job here by CM Punk for sure. Punk even said he'd maybe even call in a favor or 2 if he needs to win the Rumble. Some people may not have caught that line, but calling in a favor or 2 was a clear reference to the fact that Paul Heyman owes him a favor after helping Roman Reigns and the Bloodline at Survivor Series War Games. Just another wrinkle that WWE is reminding fans of heading into the Royal Rumble. Do you think he might maybe call in that favor?
No.
Not quite yet?
Just a reminder. No. We'll know. You'll know for sure. The story, when that story comes about and he's going to call in that, we'll all know then. But right now, I think they're going to play the rest of this shit out with Solo, tell the rest of that story. And then, again, Roman still hasn't redeemed himself. So, still that thing. He still hasn't did the Ulafala presenting. None of that has happened yet. So I'm still really interested to see where it goes from here, because again, this is the same person who manipulated everybody else the first time. It hasn't changed yet. So we'll see where it goes.
This could very well lead to a Punk Roman match at WrestleMania potentially.
It is going to. 1,000%.
The more I think about it, especially with this photo here, I'm looking right at it going, yeah, this has got to be where it's going. So we'll see how that plays out. Probably at the Rumble, we'll probably get some teases of it. Maybe Punk eliminates Roman or vice versa. Maybe be the catalyst to kick that feud off even further than it already has been for sure. In the main event of Monday Night Raw, we got Seth Rollins versus Drew McIntyre in a WrestleMania 40 rematch. Seth Rollins defeated Drew McIntyre with, is this a roll up? It's kind of it's a different type of roll up.
I can't remember the name of it, but yes,
I was trying to figure out what to call it, but I was like, that's not exactly a roll up. But anyway, so a bitter Drew McIntyre attacked Rollins after the match. He put Rollins' head up against the steel post on the outside. It looked like he was going to crush his skull with a Claymore kick, but Sami Zayn came out to make the save. But Drew regained the upper hand and Rollins and was attacking him in the corner when Sami Zayn rushed up from behind Drew McIntyre, and Drew McIntyre moved and Sami Zayn caught Seth Rollins with a haluva kick, and the show goes off the air with Sami Zayn distraught that he hit Seth accidentally with that kick. And if you look at Seth Rollins' side, like the right side on your screen, it looks like his face was already swelling up. He kicked him hard. I mean, that kick. That's a shiner about to happen. So I don't know what Seth's going to look like the next time we see him, but I have
But it'll play into the story.
It would actually play very well into the story. So if that thing is black and blue come Monday, yeah, that's going to be a nice little storytelling.
Oh, it is going to be.
I don't see how it wouldn't. At least I'm assuming that's where that don't look like his cheek only. It looks to be swollen to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, his cheek looks swollen and right under his eye. That is gross.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little shadowing on his actual eye, but the cheek up underneath it sure looks swollen as snot. But
Somebody
anyway,
should remind him that wrestling's fake.
scripted, not fake, but yes, for sure. Yeah, so Sami and Seth Rollins have had their friction ever since Sami Zayn decided to help Roman Reigns at War Games. Sami has slowly been earning Rollins' trust back, but this isn't going to help the matter. I mean, look at Seth's swollen face. I mean, that's just all the proof you need right there. So, yeah. But when it comes to WWE this upcoming week, we got Logan Paul will be returning to Monday Night Raw. His official first debut on Netflix as an official member of the Monday Night Raw roster. Apparently, he's moving over there. And 5 days away from the actual Royal Rumble, I'm sure Logan Paul will be declaring his entry into the Royal Rumble match as well. So that's probably something you can look forward to there. Just add another name to that stacked roster in that match. So for sure. But before we get to the Royal,
I know it'll never happen, but I wish he would lose a little bit of his damn ego.
No, it plays into his character way too much.
I know,
And plus that's who
but
he
it's
is.
real life too. Like he's
Yeah.
always in that character.
yeah. I mean, shoot,
tone it
the
down.
video package they played for him on Raw even had him talking about like, I've got all these followers on social media, I'm self-made, the ego was at the top, so yeah, it was definitely something they're playing into, and I think it works well for the character. Yeah, we'll see what he ends up doing.
That's the thing. What she's saying is like that's really him.
Like if I seen him, I would just be like, ew.
You got a punchable face, but yeah, for sure, no doubt about it. Before we get to Monday Night Raw and the Royal Rumble, though, this Saturday, tomorrow night, is Saturday night's main event on NBC, and we've got 5 big segments scheduled for the show, which we'll probably have some more other than just that. The big thing, obviously, is the contract signing between Kevin Owens and Cody Rhodes for their ladder match at Royal Rumble, which will be moderated in San Antonio by San Antonio's own Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels, and is he the head creative over at NXT, will be on this show. So see if he can keep the peace between these two. Probably not going to happen because you know how these contract signings go. But at the same time, this could be highly entertaining with Shawn Michaels involved. There's that. We also got Jacob Fatu and Braun Strowman going one-on-one, as I just mentioned. Thoughts on this? Who do you think could win this, Brandon?
Jacob. He needs it more than Braun. And
I agree. Yeah,
Braun losing to Jacob is not going to do anything bad to Braun. If nothing else, it'll start. You know how they do their monster series. So like, we might get another one, and that match gets escalated to something else. With crazy stipulations because they're like. Imagine putting these two in what I in the sense it was a good idea for a match, but they executed it horribly. TNA used to have these monster brawls, and what would happen is they would lock. The guys would be locked in be locked up for 24 hours in a dark room by themselves. Nothing. And then that way, when they come out to the ring, their heads are still covered. And then they get in the ring and they pull the sacks off, and they're just two angry, volatile people that just crash in the middle. I would love to see WWE do something like that, or a concept of a match like that, because you guys think like Bronson Reed, Braun Strowman, they're all big monsters that they have. And then Obafemi down in NXT, like when he eventually comes up, like just something unique to these guys, and just let these monsters go at it. Like that's but Jacob should win this match. So
I would hope so. Like you said, I mean, it's not going to do Braun any good to win as well. And Jacob definitely could use the win over a big, man like Braun Strowman. Will definitely make a statement as well. Will he be able to do it on his own, or will he need Tama Tonga's help? That's
I think you let him do a solo.
I would like to see him doing no pun intended solo, but yeah.
But also, this could set him up to be next in line for Breaker. You wouldn't want to see Braun Breaker versus Jacob Fatu,
or it could be potentially Sheamus, as we have a Intercontinental title match here on Saturday night's main event with Braun Breaker versus Sheamus. So it could be either one of these two guys. If you're going for the Intercontinental title, that is.
Banger after banger.
But as we've discussed on the channel before too, it almost makes more sense for Sheamus to maybe win the Intercontinental title, maybe like a WrestleMania, make it a big moment to complete his Grand Slam for sure. But either way, I mean, I'd be happy if Sheamus does win it though, because like I said, it's the one title he's not held at WWE. So yeah, it would definitely be fun. This could be great too. This is what Sheamus would call it's going to be a banger because these two guys are going to beat the crap out of each other. It's going to be intense for sure. Speaking of intense, we've also, like we said, we got Rhea Ripley versus Nia Jax non-title. I assume Rhea Ripley wins this, but I guess it could kind of go either way, depending on what they want to set up. But
I don't see Rhea losing this.
Especially after just getting that title. I mean, she's not losing the title, but to beat the champion right after getting the title back feels a little weird. And maybe you could kind of continue Nia's downturn a little bit after losing to Tiffany Stratton, and now this. It almost does kind of feel like I know she mentioned on SmackDown, or I guess Raw this week, that she was going to go after Tiffany too, but almost kind of felt like she wasn't worried about Tiffany and she wanted to come over to Raw and do this thing. But I'm sure she'll address Tiffany coming up down the line too, so we'll have to wait and see. WWE's not doing the thing like they used to do under Vince McMahon, where they just completely forget storylines. So, but and then of course the main event of Saturday night's main event is going to be Gunther versus Jey Uso. Again, it just feels like it's not the. I mean, maybe it is the time for Jey Uso, but it doesn't feel like they're going to do it here because again, you do it on a bigger stage.
Yeah,
But
I think Jay's earned that at least.
Yeah, I think so too.
Like a pay-per-view win.
Maybe like Drew McIntyre cost him the belt or something. I don't know, or something like that, or I don't know who else could do it. But again, you hold Gunther as the world champion going into like WrestleMania against maybe like a John Cena or something like that, like a big baby face to come topple the big villain. But I don't know. I mean, if they gave it to Jay, I'd be happy with it. I just don't know if now is the time yet. But it does kind of feel like now is the time to like strike while the iron's hot situation.
Yeah.
But I don't
get that part too.
I don't know. I'm not going to be upset either way. But it doesn't sound like to me maybe a lot of titles are changing on this particular show. It's not a pay-per-view, but they are billing it as a big deal as they do with their Saturday night's main events. So in that regard, at least it should be a fun show. Thoughts on WWE this week other than that?
Some good stuff, exciting stuff to see. Storylines that are going to be taking place both on TV and at not WrestleMania. I don't know why I keep wanting to call that WrestleMania. At the Rumble, there's potential matchups you could see that, between certain guys that are in the ring. So it'll be exciting.
Yeah, I can see that. Mike said that Jay, I think he meant Jay instead of Jet. Jay's time will come in time as long as they don't hold it off too long where the fans no longer care. Yeah, I agree with that. You got there's a fine line there between doing the right thing storyline wise and where they're going in their progression, and definitely making sure you don't wait too long to where fans just give up on it altogether. So hopefully they'll do the right thing there for sure. On the AEW side this week on Collision last Saturday, we had Hangman Adam Page defeating Christopher Daniels in a Texas death match. This was a bloody affair that included all the violence you could actually think of, including barbed wire tables and just barbed wire in general. After leaving Daniels in the ring a complete bloody mess, Adam Page also kneeled down over his body for the entire 10 count as the match ended. But Adam Page then returned to the ring after the match was over to add insult to injury by using Christopher Daniels' own finisher, the Angel's Wing, on him as well. A move that Adam Page also used on Dynamite this week. Many are saying this is probably Christopher Daniels' retirement match. Even Daniels said so on Dynamite that this was going to be his last match due to doctors telling him that it's probably not good for him to continue to wrestle. So if that is the case, thoughts on the career of Christopher Daniels, the king of the indies, who's been all over the place. Basically every company known to man at some point or another. So thoughts on him?
Yeah, I used to watch when I first started watching TNA. He was a huge focal point of TNA. Him and what's that guy's name? Skip. Skipper. They were a tag team, and they were dope to watch. But him and AJ Styles had some
that's what I remember.
Crazy cool matches there. Hell, him and Kazarian had some crazy matches. Sanjay Dutt,
Samoa
Joe. His heel run with the beard was weird because he looked really weird with just a bald head because his head's small, and like his beard was. But even him as Curry. You ever see the character Curry Man?
I don't think so. No,
it was him when they were doing that whole suicide run and. Manic. Well, Suicide Dude turned to Manic because they had to change his name. At one point, there was a version of Suicide, and you could clearly tell it was Christopher Daniels because the way he moved, the way he's built, there's nobody built like him.
Oh,
yeah, he was a workhorse.
Well, Mike mentioned the Elix Skipper cage. Yeah, I've seen the cage walk. Everybody's seen the cage walk.
Elix Skipper was crazy good too.
Yeah, that was crazy. I mean, he walked that all the way across that one side, and yeah, the fact that he was able to maintain. And I mean, obviously, he leaned into it when he did the Hurricane Rana, but at the same time, the fact that he was able to go that distance with it is still outstanding in my opinion. Yeah. So yeah, TNA has. Especially during its prime earlier on, like with the Christopher Daniels, AJ Styles days, the X Division, it was some of the best pro wrestling out there. It was kind of like, it reminds me of like AEW when they first started. Like they were kind of like this, different alternative to WWE, and they had these great matches. Sometimes maybe the storylines weren't the greatest, but I feel like lately AEW's kind of lost a little bit of that. But at the same time, I mean, the matches are usually still good. It's their storytelling that kind of has a hard time. But yeah, TNA was doing a great job with that, and they're doing a lot better nowadays too. So that's great to see. Also on Collision this week, we finally got the breakup of the Acclaimed. It felt a bit anticlimactic to me. I mean, we all knew it was coming with Max Caster's ego becoming too big and not backing it up in matches he's gotten destroyed in. But Anthony Bowens finally had enough, and surprisingly, despite some harsh words back and forth, they didn't have any physicality between the two. Billy Gunn was also there to give one final scissor with Bowens as Caster left the building, packed bag in tow. Not sure how I feel about both these guys going on their own just yet, but I guess time will tell to see how their solo careers go. Yeah. But it was interesting how the best wrestler alive is what Max Caster has called himself, and because Anthony Bowens is gay, apparently he has now copyrighted the moniker of the Pride of Pro Wrestling, so that's what he's going to be calling himself now, from the sounds of things. So we'll see how that goes, and these two guys as they go their separate ways. So yeah. This week on Dynamite, though, it started off with which I thought was the best segment of the week for AEW. Will Ospreay called out Kenny Omega to ask for his help against the Don Callis family, but Omega wasn't having any of it initially. But once Don Callis came out to interrupt Kenny Omega again this week, Kenny tried to attack Don when Konosuke Takeshita and Kyle Fletcher came out to attack Kenny. After a moment of hesitation, Will Ospreay decided to help Omega, and the fight was on for the next 15 minutes. They brawled all over the arena. Eventually, Lance Archer and Brian Cage, also of the Don Callis family, got involved, making it a 4-on-2 situation. The segment ended with Ospreay and Omega performing giant moonsaults off the balcony and a lighting truss onto the Callis family. And then Omega and Ospreay climbed the lighting truss and then proceeded to challenge Takeshita and Fletcher to a tag match at AEW Grand Slam in Australia. So while I don't see Ospreay and Omega staying infused with the Don Callis family forever, I think given the story of these two men both being members of Callis' family in the past and trying to push the young talent of Takeshita and Fletcher, this match could be God tier, and it's going to be a banger for sure. It's going to be one of those outstanding AEW matches we've all come to love at a pay-per-view level show. Thoughts on them teaming up? These two, more like the enemy of my enemy is my friend type thing. Mm-hmm. With Ospreay and Omega? Yeah.
I just want this whole thing with the Don Callis family, it hasn't worked out with a lot of the guys. Don't get me wrong, Takeshita is great. If you were just paired off Takeshita and because nobody knows what to do with the Murder Hawk. I don't know why he left with.
Yeah, I don't know. But I do like the fact that he's teamed with Brian Cage now. Right now they're just kind of squashing folks, but yeah.
Yeah. But it's like Takeshita would be good on his own. More people want to see Will Ospreay versus Omega, which you'll get at some point.
Oh yeah, that's happening again at some point. Yeah,
I would love to see Omega and Takeshita
which they did do in Takeshita beat Omega. I want to say might have even beat him twice. If I'm not mistaken, I can't remember, but that was unselfish of Omega to do that for him too. Yeah, so,
but this match will be good.
Oh yeah, this will be great. All four of these guys are outstanding, and all four can go. So, this could definitely main event that show for sure. I don't know if that will be the actual main event, but yeah, it could definitely do that for certain. Also on AEW, we got new AEW World Tag Team Champions as the Hurt Syndicate, Bobby Lashley and Shelton Benjamin defeated Private Party to win the titles. The Hurt Syndicate have been pushed to the moon since coming to AEW, and while I feel bad for Private Party that it hasn't worked out too well with the tag team titles, I do wish them better days ahead, but this just makes too much sense to me not to put the belts on the Hurt Syndicate right now. I just don't see why you wouldn't, especially with the Private Party thing not going maybe as great as it possibly could. I think this was the right decision for the long haul. So
yeah, I do agree, but you could have done it a different way, where it wasn't just a squash match. Essentially,
it didn't last too long. I didn't feel like. Yeah,
but there was a way that you could have accomplished this same goal, but also made Private Party bigger faces coming out of it.
Yeah, I agree.
But I mean, it is what it is. But Shelton Benjamin is like, I don't know why you wouldn't want him on your TV screen and as a champion. Same with Bobby Lashley. So,
well, even MVP got in the ring about a week or so ago, which was really good to see as well in a 6-man. So, but yeah, Mike had a couple comments. He said, I gave up on TNA when they brought in the racist scumbag in 2010. I think a lot of people did, him and Dixie Carter. I think a lot of people didn't care a whole lot for them at all. But for sure. And then Mike's starting the puns early. He said, I think the party ended a long time ago for Private Party. So
wow.
Not your best efforts, brother.
Need you to stop that.
Oh, the racist he's referring to is Hulk Hogan.
Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, he was in TNA for a while, and that's why he got booed on Raw a few weeks ago, I'm sure.
Man, but that whole run was bad because then they brought back all the old guys, and
I think Eric Bischoff was there. You know, it was like they were trying to do WCW again, and it just didn't.
That's what it felt like, and it was just not.
And it ruined TNA for a long time. It really did, and it took a long time for them to kind of climb back out of that. And hopefully now they're kind of on the right track. But yeah. So also we got this is kind of where the show took a bit of a downhill turn for me. Jeff Jarrett cut a promo where he said on one day him and MJF are going to meet up after last week's altercation, but Jarrett is focused on one last ride at the age of 57 years old and winning the AEW World Championship. So he called out Jon Moxley, but he got fellow Death Rider Claudio Castagnoli instead, as Claudio attacked him from behind when Claudio also warned him to give up going after Mox. But Jarrett he challenged Claudio to a match next week. If Jeff Jarrett wins, he gets a title match with Jon Moxley. Now, obviously, I don't believe they will be putting the AEW World title on Jeff Jarrett at any stage here.
You fucking better hope not.
Well, there's been reports going around to state just as much, so I don't think it's going to happen. But if that's not going to be what they do with it, what's the goal here? MJF going to cost Jarrett his dream match next week against Claudio to set up MJF versus Jarrett? I mean, I know MJF's been talking about getting his title back as well, but it's like, I just don't. I get you're trying to do this like one last ride thing, kind of like you did with like Bryan Danielson. Mm-hmm. But if Jarrett's not going to win the title, I don't understand exactly why we're doing this. Any thoughts? I mean, I don't know. I can't think of one.
I don't know what the end goal is either, so I don't know.
I guess we'll have to tune in, wait and see. But yeah, I mean, I would think Claudio maybe just beats him right here, and that's the end of that. You know, so I don't know. I just don't think it's working. I really don't. I mean, nothing against Jeff Jarrett. He's a legend, but I just don't think anybody wants to see that right now. I just don't.
I hope they walk out on stage and they all roll a D20 and whoever rolls the highest number wins.
Yep.
Maximum debit. I don't know. Jeff Jarrett may ruin that one. So
you better hope not.
I mean, I'm just saying, we'll see how it happens to all you D&D guys out there. Mike said Aces and Eights was horrible. I know a lot of people kind of like Bully Ray's character in it at least, but I didn't watch enough of it in TNA to know if that storyline was entertaining enough.
Aces and Eights was like, it was like, you remember the DOA?
Yes.
They were like that.
Pretty much.
But they didn't have a nation to go up against. You know what I mean? You know how like, the reason why DOA and the Nation worked because they were polar opposites of each other. Well, in TNA, they didn't have that. They just had a bunch of random ass factions. And like the main event Mafia, no matter how much you wanted to sugarcoat it, was like the new version of the Four Horsemen. It was terrible.
Oh, I see. Yeah, it wasn't great. I remember that.
It was good because Sting was there, Kurt Angle.
Yeah, Kurt Angle had a hell of a run in TNA. In some respects, it was maybe better wrestling wise than his WWE career.
That's because them painkillers was real.
Well, that could be too, but yeah. Mike said that next year would be Jeff Jarrett's 40th year in the business. Can you imagine?
But yeah, this is supposed to be his last ride, right? Like,
oh, definitely. That's
better
what they're
be.
building. Yeah, I would hope so.
God,
and
enjoy
Terry Funk
life.
was still, Terry Funk was still doing it.
No kidding. Aces and Eights was a piss poor NWO ripoff. That's kind of we're about to get into it too, but that's kind of how I feel about the Death Riders right about now.
I have something to say about that.
Yeah, well, let's get into it then.
Okay.
We got the main event was Cope versus Pac, which on paper I kind of like.
much.
Yeah, I know it. It's Edge for crying out loud to us fans. But Cope defeated Pac in the main event of Dynamite in a pretty solid match for a guy, especially with one of these two is actually 51 years old. So I thought it was pretty solid in that regard. But afterwards, Moxley and the Death Riders had FTR bound and gagged backstage, watching on as they destroyed the legendary Rock and Roll Express with a concerto. And seemingly without any help left, the Death Riders jumped Adam Copeland in the ring until Jay White came out to make the save. But the numbers game was just too much again, and the Death Riders leave Cope and Jay White laying in the ring as Dynamite goes off the air. So, in my opinion, this storyline needs to end fast. It's just not furthering anything, and it's becoming boring at this point. I hate to say it. It's becoming a bit like how Mike just mentioned, how the NWO just beat up people every week, and that's about it.
Mm-hmm.
There's some great talent involved, but I'm having a very hard time investing in the end goal here. Unless it's Copeland taking the title off of Mox, and like we just pointed out, Cope is 51 years old. Now, maybe Cope wins the title and then Christian Cage cashes in his contract, but even then, again, Christian is getting up there in age. So, and I'm an AEW fan. I love AEW, but I'm having a hard time now. It's starting to get to me. Like every week, it's either maybe occasionally. It's like when the NWO would occasionally get their comeuppance, but then the next week they would just destroy everybody again. I think initially when this whole idea came up, the Death Riders, like a lot of fans speculated Shane McMahon was going to come in and kind of be the one to be the leader of the group. But if that's not going to happen, it's not really got nowhere to go. Now, granted, that's partially on the fans for setting expectations too high. So that's not AEW's fault. But where it is AEW's fault is if you have no end game for this and you're just kind of going a week in, week out and just beating people up. What are your thoughts on this, Brandon? You said you had some thoughts on it.
So this makes no sense, like the way this is supposed to work, because it all hinged initially on Darby Allin being there, because Darby was supposed to be the one top of the whole thing. Yeah. Darby is not there because Darby
climbing Mount Everest. Yeah.
Like getting hit by a bus wasn't enough.
Yeah, I know, right?
Whatever. Their mission statement still makes no sense because they haven't done anything to warrant their mission statement being what it is. Like nobody fears them like they should. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like it's okay. I'll give you an example. When we did the Carnage Crew thing and how it started and how it started rolling and me being added to the group later by turning on my tag partner or whatever the case may be, we built up to that whole thing, right? And then we started targeting every big face in the company to where we would just run through them, destroy them, put them out, take, you know what I mean? Did whatever. We ran roughshod. Like, so when we would come out, naturally people fucking hated us.
Yeah.
As they were supposed to. So when we finally did get beat up and lose the titles and stuff like that, everybody was happy. There was cheers. You know, like there's none of that here. Yeah. This just looks like a couple disgruntled employees, and then nobody gives a shit.
Yeah. Like Mike pointed out too in the chat, he said there seriously was no other baby faces in the building to come out and help these guys. I mean, so if it's going to be like, faction warfare where we're going to take over and run AEW, that's what Moxley's Death Riders. Where's the rest of the locker room then?
Yeah.
Where's like when this whole thing started, you had, like you said, Darby, you had Daniel Garcia, you had Orange Cassidy. Where were they on this show to come out and back up Cope and Jay White? Nowhere to be found. So yeah. Mike also said the problem I had with the NWO beatdowns was where was the WCW locker room? It was supposed to be NWO versus WCW, but nobody had each other's backs at WCW. Yeah, so there's no united front, which I guess you could maybe build to the united front one day. But
that should have but that should have been something that's already established at this point.
Yeah,
we're too far in.
It's been what, since December or early? Yeah, I think December.
The moment Kenny Omega came back, Knox should have been on, or Moxley should have been on his ass. The whole Death Rider. You get what I'm saying? Because he's one of those. He's the face of AEW. The moment he showed up, he should have got destroyed.
Yeah.
Because other than, like I said, other than that, these are just a bunch of disgruntled employees, and the boss doesn't give a shit. Like Tony should have. You want to put some weight behind all of these threats and this, that, and the third. Have Tony have an interaction with it.
Yeah.
Because now it seems like it's the Death Riders versus AEW.
Yeah, it's like when the Young Bucks. It's like when the Young Bucks took out Tony Khan on that one episode. They gave him the Meltzer driver or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it Moxley doing that to Tony Khan and then running the show?
Yes.
You know, something like that. After watching this angle, and as frustrated as I'm getting with it as an AEW fan, I have a hard time wondering how many fans sat through the NWO for how many years did they do that angle?
Fucking Christ.
Week in and week out, where, I mean, occasionally you'd have them drop the belt or whatever, do that. But for the most part, it was just the NWO beating up guys. Mm-hmm. We couldn't handle that today.
No.
And I'm glad I watched WWE at the time. That's probably why WCW went out of business. Because again, they didn't evolve.
But even with WWE at the time, and like DX being DX, like they would always get to the line, but wouldn't pass it as far as antics and shit like that went, to where it was entertaining enough, but it wasn't overdone.
Yeah.
With the NWO shit, what happened was, if you couldn't beat them, join them. So then it was like the majority of the roster was NWO, and then it got worse after the split when it was NWO Wolfpack versus NWO Black and White, and it was like, all right, this is just. And then they started adding in celebrities and all this other shit, and then it just got to the point where it was too much, and you just quit caring because it didn't matter.
At least if they were to like occasionally add a new member to the group or something in the Death Riders, at least that would be something new. It'd be kind of shocking at first, but like you said, eventually that could become a problem.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Just make this whole thing have some weight behind it, some gravity, some real like, oh shit, you know, this is but
maybe again, it will by like All In or something. But right now it's struggling.
You got all this time to build this whole thing up, man. Like to make by the time that happens, that pay-per-view happens. If you want to kick it up a notch, you have somebody defect to the Death Riders then.
Yeah.
You know, do that there. It's just there's no weight behind it. Again, no one has drawn that line in the sand. And if Darby was supposed to do that,
Cope's trying to, but I just don't know.
Nobody else is buying into it.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
This has to be you have to make it feel like it's really AEW versus the Death Riders. And right now, it does not seem like that. And they've been at this story for a while.
Yeah, it feels like a lot longer than probably it actually is, too. Mike said, I think eventually Mox and Omega will go at it, and Omega gets beat down, and when things look bleak, the Bucks will return to make the save. Possibly, but again...
By the time you get to that, nobody's going to care.
Yeah, and I don't know if anybody will care about it I mean, we've seen Omega and Mox before, like the first year.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I mean, they definitely need to work on something. I can't quite put my finger on it what it is either. But like I said, I like the Osprey, Omega segment early on, and the tag titles changing hands. But also, so I guess next week they did announce Will Ospreay versus Brian Cage, and in a couple weeks, or next week, and also Jeff Jarrett and Claudio. In a couple weeks, they got Swerve Strickland versus Ricochet, so that'll be coming up before too long too. So we got some stuff to look forward to. But yeah, they got to work on that main event angle. I'm not going to lie to you, they really, really do before it really starts to become more stale than it already is. So hopefully they'll get that sorted out. All right, so I guess we're ready to move on from pro wrestling. I'm sure. Like I said, from now on, I don't know if pro wrestling will be this long on the podcast every single week. I'll try and do some weekly recaps for you guys instead to kind of take the weight off of everybody else here. So for sure, you guys ready for some movie stuff? Do that?
Yep.
Let's rock and roll. I got quite a bit on this tonight. All right, so got 5 topics tonight for movie news, so it's a little more than normal. But so the big thing that came out this week, according to an online scooper by the name of My Time to Shine Hello, I don't know if you guys have heard of her or not, but anyway, she's well known in the movie industry. She's been right on a lot of her scoops, but she's also been wrong at times. So take this with a grain of salt. But she's reporting that Hugh Jackman, who is currently 56 years old, will continue to play Logan the Wolverine in the MCU for, wait for it, the next 10 years. And some reports suggest that this includes a new trilogy of films potentially, whether that be two more Deadpool and Wolverine movies, or 3 X-Men films, or something completely different. He's also all but confirmed for the next 2 Avengers films on top of that, Doomsday and Secret Wars. So this news has led to some speculation that he needs the money for alimony payments due to his recent divorce. And while I feel for him if that's the case, if that means we get more of him as Wolverine, I call that a bright side for the fans anyway. I mean, he's in good enough shape, at least.
Like, how did he?
He's 56 years old.
I fucking wish. You understand?
I know.
me?
I know. It's eat more chicken apparently, but I honestly,
eat more beef.
oh, there you
Yeah,
go.
eat more red meat.
Yeah, exactly. But
Hey.
looking at go ahead.
If you had the time and the money,
Yeah.
to focus strictly on your body,
Yeah, I
you
agree.
can make this happen.
Yeah,
But-
this is his full-time job. Yeah,
Yeah.
Got that that waistband muscle. How you get that muscle?
I don't know.
Like what's
What?
that muscle called?
The
It's like-
oblique? I don't
Is
know.
it?
I'm not. Yeah. Anyway, I'm taking a stab in the dark there, but yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it's crazy. And I'm sure all the ladies are going, yeah, keep that picture up there. But but he's in good enough shape to where I think he could legitimately pull off the role for another 10 years. Maybe not exactly till he's 90,
No,
but
close to it.
but 10 more years, absolutely. The amount of chicken that man has to eat has gotten to be astronomical. He says
Well,
he eats it like crazy.
I gotta throw this in there. Look at
Huh?
RFK.
Yeah,
You know,
he's
How
70
did he-
something.
Yeah, He looks
70
pretty good.
something. Yeah,
Fucking wish, man.
I know. Just gotta
No.
Together, brother.
gotta get it together. You me
It's
both,
not
brother.
like it's not like he was born into it. Like he worked for it. So
Exactly. And if you've watched
Your health
Jackman
is the
over the years,
only
he's
thing.
worked into it too. And Jackman
Yeah.
says he eats 6,000 calories a day to train for this role.
Jesus.
So that just he's got to do a lot of weight training to burn that off too.
yeah.
This news was also mentioned in some reports from even more reliable Hollywood insiders
Yes.
that Marvel Studios has indeed discussed making a Hulk versus Wolverine film. And those same insiders say that film could potentially begin shooting as early as this year.
Oh
So this is getting
And
fast tracked
listen,
potentially.
If that's
um,
real, sign me the fuck up.
Yeah,
A
I mean,
Hulk versus Wolverine movie.
Oh.
Yes.
either way, the talk is that the Avengers Doomsday and Secret Wars will tease and plant the seeds for this potential showdown. Perhaps a small fight between the two and the major confrontation being saved for this film. So you could get a little tease of it in the next year or so, and then get the main showdown in a Hulk versus Wolverine film. I mean, who knows? I mean, they literally teased this already in Deadpool and Wolverine. And I don't know about any of you, but I'd be extremely excited to watch these two icons in the world of comics square off.
Fuck yeah.
I mean, good Lord, yeah.
Dude.
I mean, as long as it's Rageful Hulk, not Professor
But-
Hulk.
But
You
Yeah,
know.
you'll get Rageful Hulk because that's
Oh,
why
yeah,
where-
we'll
it's
get it
kinda
back.
why it happened.
Yeah. Go ahead, Aaron.
But which Hulk is it going to be? Is it going to be Mark Ruffalo? Is it going to be?
Sounds like gonna be Ruffalo.
Hmm.
Yeah, the current one we
well,
have.
I don't know the other two guys' names.
Yeah. No,
Oh
it-
yeah, I mean Eric Bana played him once, and Edward Norton played him in the 2008 film. But yeah, Ruffalo's the one
Wahlberg.
currently. So yeah,
Are we going to go
Wahlberg?
back all the way to the original and be Luther Rigno?
so for it, hey, he might have a cameo, no
I
doubt
got
about
to
it.
see him. at
Another guy who's still in
Comic-Con.
great shape.
Yeah. I got to see him at Comic-Con when I went to Comic-Con. Cool guy. Huge
Yeah.
fans. I shook his hand. I was like, "Yo, that's a big dude."
Yeah,
Does
did
his
buy-
hand engulf your hand?
Yeah, he's a big dude. Luther. It was
Yeah,
really cool though. Anyway,
well, you'd have to be to pull off that for sure.
Mhm.
But who knows? Maybe we will actually get a legitimate Old Man Logan film. I mean, even though Logan, the movie Logan, was loosely based on that comic run already, but in the next 10 years, Hugh Jackman would literally be old enough to pull off this comic book run they also teased in Deadpool and Wolverine for a few seconds. So yeah, I mean, that could be great too. I mean, there's a lot of things you can still do with Hugh Jackman getting into his 60s before too much longer. So if this rumor proves to be true and Jackman continues to play the character for another decade, he'd set the bar high in the category of same actors continuously playing a comic book character for a grand total of 35 years. He's already at 25 years.
He was so young back then.
Oh, I know, man. Look at that. This could just be the beginning for Hugh Jackman's version of the character. Thoughts on him potentially playing Wolverine for another decade?
I want them to retell the Weapon X story
from scratch. I mean, they kind of did it a couple times already.
Yeah, but like, Marvel doing it though.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people were like thinking that Hugh Jackman will still continue to play Wolverine. Even look how young he looks here, by the way.
Wow.
Not as shredded. This is the first X-Men film in 2000. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people thought that maybe Jackman would continue to play Wolverine going into the new MCU after Secret Wars is rebooted, so to speak, and then maybe Laura X-23 might continue as the young version of like a Wolverine character. We'll have to wait and see if that ends up playing out. But yeah. I mean, I'd be excited for more Hugh Jackman. I love him as the character, and it's hard to see him or anybody else play the role like Robert Downey Jr.'s Iron Man. But eventually, you would think it would happen. But if he's still willing to play it for 10 years, let him do it.
Man, because like the only other person I would have accepted at this point is Henry Cavill. When we saw him in
the Cavalrine,
yeah, make that a thing.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be great too. But yeah, this mask, by the way, more of this, please.
Yes.
For sure. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, I'd be down for more Deadpool and Wolverine movies. But they made it, the report almost made it sound like it would be like a whole new trilogy of something. But maybe it's like Hulk and Wolverine. Maybe Wolverine just teaming up in films for 3 more films, with other people. So that could be great too. I mean,
what I want the standoff of Deadpool to be? Deadpool kills Marvel.
Oh, that'd be sweet. I mean, hell, they could almost do that with Secret Wars. Deadpool, destroys the universe and a new universe is created. I mean, I don't know how you pull that off, but you maybe do it. I don't know if it fit with the Secret Wars storyline, but yeah, that'd be one way to do it. I mean, he was literally being held by Thor in Deadpool, Wolverine, and Thor crying. So there's something there that we don't know about yet.
Yeah.
So you figure they got to at least tie that in for sure.
Man, that was a good movie, man.
That was a great movie. Exactly. Mike said, fun fact, in the old Incredible Hulk live action TV series, instead of Bruce, Banner's first name is David. I do remember that.
Yeah, I do remember that.
And he said the real reason being that some idiot producer thought the name Bruce Banner sounded too, quote, gay, so the character was renamed David Bruce Banner. That sounds more,
that sounds
if you ask
dumber.
Me. Yeah, it sounds worse. I mean, I know Marvel's got that shtick of Bruce Banner, Peter Parker, the letters are the first and last name, Fing Fang Foom.
That's how they were written back then.
Yeah, and Mike, you got to catch the Big Bang Theory reference I just pulled out there. But anyway, so yeah.
That's a crazy shout right there.
No doubt about it. But yeah, if Hugh Jackman sticks around, I think. What do you think, Aaron? Do you think Hugh Jackman sticking around would be a good thing?
I mean, yeah. Because I just look at like when they try to bring in a new character in any sort of hero franchise, it's kind of clunky. I mean, and then people start to get used to that new person, and then they kick him with the curb, and it's kind of obnoxious. So I don't know. Maybe it'd be a breath of fresh air to have somebody continue in a role, at least until it makes sense story wise, to pass the buck off to someone else.
Yeah, I fully agree with that.
Yeah,
but also too, like there's just certain roles that fit certain people in certain aspects or certain movies. Denzel Washington makes a great good guy, bad guy. In every movie he's been in. Equalizers are fucking dope, by the way, but he fits that role. We saw Robert Downey Jr. as Iron Man. Jesus. At first it was like, oh, okay, cool. But you see their personality come out somewhat in the character. When Ryan Reynolds was Green Lantern, fucking hated him. Aaron, I don't care about any of that. I fucking hated it.
Snorlax.
Hey, all I'm saying is I enjoyed the movie. I'm not arguing and saying it was a great movie. I'm just saying that I enjoyed it.
He had fun, yeah.
Anyway,
you can talk about that here in a minute. Just hold a second. You get wink. But
anyway, there are certain characters, certain people's, because of their personality, fit a certain role. And I feel like Hugh Jackman killed it in the first X-Men movie as Wolverine, to where now the older, grizzled, he called him Bub. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, that's always been his thing, Bub.
Yeah, but it's not something that's always been put on the screen. Like, by all intents and purposes, Wolverine is a beaten down man. And you got to think about it. He's been alive for a long time. So, like, he's been through wars and all this other shit. He's lost. So but he needs to reflect that. And, like, I feel like Hugh Jackman reflects that. I'm not saying Hugh's been through all that shit, but you get what I mean. Like, he just, the way he presents himself, there's something to Wolverine that you will never know about because he'll never tell you, because you don't mean that much to him. And for the ones who do find it out, like the relationship he has with Jean Grey, you see it. Hugh Jackman pulls it off, is what I'm saying. So I think it'd be hard to replace that. But Cavill's a guy who, like, when you see him, you see Wolverine as that character. But could he pull it off the way Hugh Jackman can? That's the real test of it all.
And here's what I think happened too. When he made Logan, and I'm not gonna lie, I like Logan, but I remember the first time I saw Logan and it ended the way it did, in that somber way. I was kind of sad, because I was like, I mean, for one, it's like when Tony Stark died at the end of Endgame. You don't want to see one of your favorites go away, right? So I was kind of sad that that's the way Hugh Jackman's going to leave the character, which I respected, you know. So I've grown to like that movie more over time. But and he's even said in interviews he legitimately was done after Logan, right? But then Disney bought Fox. And I think what happened, because Hugh Jackman has been on record as saying in the past, before the buyout, that he said that he would have loved to have been a part of the Avengers stuff they were doing over the MCU, but never could do so because Disney didn't own the X-Men rights. Well, now they do. And I think Hugh Jackman realized, hey, I could actually get to play in that sandbox that I've never got to play in now before. And I think now, maybe some personal life issues and stuff, maybe needs the money, I don't know. But even if that's not the case, that whole prospect of that would be intriguing to stick around for another decade, if you ask me. So if that's the case, hey, sometimes life works in crazy ways, and we may be able to reap the benefits for it. Mike also said the longer he sticks around, the more older he gets, and it might be hard to erect those claws. Or as you know,
that's wild.
Whiskey dick of the claws, like Deadpool said. But that's what he said.
He did say he had performance issues.
Performance issues, 1 out of 5. But anyway, so yeah, so I'm all down for this, and hopefully we'll get to see more Hugh Jackman as the Wolverine. But again, that's a rumor for now, so take it as a great assault. But this one is not a rumor. Also in the realm of the MCU and Marvel Studios, in an interview with Variety, Benedict Cumberbatch confirmed that his character, Doctor Strange, will not be in the next Avengers film, Doomsday. He stated, quote, "Is that a spoiler? Ah, fuck it." Literally, that's what he said after he let that slip. But undeterred, he shared that things changed when Jonathan Majors, whose character Kang was intended to serve as the main antagonist of the next phase of the comic book film franchise, was fired in 2024 after being convicted of assaulting his ex-girlfriend. And the story changed dramatically once Robert Downey Jr. was brought back as the villainous Doctor Doom. Cumberbatch's absence from Doomsday has to do with the fact that the character not aligning with this part of the story. And though he probably shouldn't be saying this, he also reveals that Doctor Strange is in a lot of Avengers Secret Wars, though, which will hit theaters in 2027. So this whole thing set the internet ablaze with fans disappointed by the announcement. But it actually makes a lot of sense if you remember the ending of Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, when in the post-credit scene, Clea, portrayed here by Charlize Theron, showed up and told Strange he had caused an incursion and they needed to go fix it. And then they jumped through the multiverse portal. So if they were to follow through on that story thread, Strange wouldn't even be in this universe in Avengers Doomsday anyway. So, not to mention, there's a few untitled movies in between Avengers Doomsday and Secret Wars, and I'd wager that one of them is probably Doctor Strange 3 in early 2027 before Secret Wars hits theaters. So rumors have also suggested that Robert Downey Jr. may also appear in Doctor Strange 3 to tie into Secret Wars. or that Doctor Strange 3 could actually take place at the same time as Doomsday to show why Strange is not in the film, kind of like Ant-Man and the Wasp did when it took place at the same time as Infinity War. So, based on Cumberbatch's own admission, unless he's lying, Doctor Strange is not in the next Avengers film, and it sounds like it makes a lot of sense storyline-wise, but he'll have a big role in the second film. So what do you think about that?
No, I mean, I get it. But he also could be lying. Remember
He could be.
Trouble Tom Holland got into because...
Or Andrew Garfield, I'm not in Spider-Man No Way Home, I swear. And long and behold. But yeah. So yeah, who knows? This could be all misdirection.
It does make sense for him not to be there, though, so...
oh yeah.
Wasn't Cumberbatch basically like Tom Holland's handler when it come to press interviews about the movie?
A little bit. Well, not only that,
if he actually slipped, that'd be hilarious because it's like, what happened to being the
straight
Johnny
man
Type
here,
right?
You know?
Yeah. Well, also this came out in an interview written in Variety. It wasn't like, I don't think it was like on video because I've not seen the video. I think it was written. So that means if he let it slip to the interviewer still typed it out. So if he slipped, you know what I'm saying? Like the interviewer didn't have to repeat it.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? So this could have been fully intentional by Marvel to let the fans know, or like you said, he's lying. It's possible. But it's probably more that they wanted the fans to know a little ahead of time because filming for Doomsday is going to start and Strange ain't going to be there. He'll probably be get ready to film his film this year as well. So that's probably what's going to happen. But if that's the case, it makes sense too. You have that film come out before Secret Wars to lead into that one, at the very end too. So it explained everything and all that. So yeah, I mean, I'm fine with it. It'd be kind of sucky to not have one of your biggest heavy hitters to go against Doctor Doom. But at the same time, you have him in Doomsday, maybe he would have defeated Doctor Doom and then you wouldn't have another movie. Yeah. So you know what I mean? So it's almost like taking the OP character out to kind of fit in storyline wise. So it makes a lot of sense. So
yeah, that's why you didn't see Thor until the final scene, and that's why they took Hulk out early too, because Hulk legitimately could have taken care of Thanos. Thor could have taken care of Thanos. But
Hulk got his ass whooped by Thanos at the beginning of Infinity War, but that's another story.
That's what I mean. Yeah. There was a reason behind it.
Yeah. Rageful Mad Hulk, even more so, would have maybe
he would have stomped the shit out of him. So.
Yeah, puny god, but for sure. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, like I said, it's a little bit of a bummer, but kind of makes a lot of sense. And, like I said, we'll be getting a lot more Strange in the next couple of years between his own film and the Secret Wars. So hold tight, all you Strange fans out there. So yeah, alrighty. So let's move on from one universe to another, and let's go to the Sonic franchise. Following the success of 3 movies now and a Knuckles spinoff film on Paramount Plus, Sonic the Hedgehog is now officially getting a 4th film. And now we know when that movie is going to release. The film will hit theaters on March 19th, 2027, a little over 2 years from now. Have you guys seen any of the Sonic the Hedgehog films? And if so, what did you think of the video game adaptation? Kind of hybrid between live action and animated.
The animation stuff is really cool. They're one of the few companies that, like, when they showed the first, I guess, pictures of Sonic when they were first doing it, people fucking hated it.
Yes, that was terrible.
It was bad. They fixed it, and this one is way more looks like Sonic. What the hell?
What?
All right, sorry.
Take 2.
My battery came unplugged. Anyway.
Oh no.
It looks way better. So I watched the first one, not all the way through because I ended up falling asleep. But from what I seen, it was good. I just didn't finish it. So I can't say it's good or bad because I haven't really watched it. But they look good. They don't look like crappy movies. So
no, they're not. I mean, the first 2 are pretty good. I've not seen the 3rd one yet, but I did watch the Knuckles series on Paramount Plus. To me, that was more the Wade Whipple show, which is a side human character that kind of took a lot of the screen time away from Knuckles, probably because it took a lot of money to animate Knuckles, and for a TV series, it's a lot longer than a film. I understand why you want to save a little cash, but at the same time, the show's called Knuckles. I want to see Knuckles. You know what I mean? So at the same, and I heard he's even got a cameo in the Sonic 3 movie too. But that notwithstanding, the Sonic movies are pretty good. Now I don't know how that's going to play into the next part of this potential report, though. There's also been talk going around that from the lead actor who voices Sonic, actually, that he'd be interested in doing a team-up film in some form or fashion with Mario. Now, the current version of Mario, obviously animated by, Illumination over there, and I don't know how that would play in with the live-action hybrid of Sonic the Hedgehog, but I'd be down to see Sonic and Mario team up as a video gamer. Do you think that would work?
Yeah, that'd be kind of funny to see.
I mean, it would actually work. According to the Mario movie, I mean, Princess Peach said something about that there are many worlds.
That's true.
So essentially like a multiverse type situation. I mean, but look like, or just think about like Mario's world. He came from a standard world where there wasn't like magic, rainbow bridges, monkeys on golf carts,
right. Still animated, but yes, a real world. Not the Mushroom
real
Kingdom.
World of sorts, and then to be transported to that world, and even when he's floating through the tunnel, you see a vast, space of any possibility. So I mean, I don't think it would be a bad idea as long as they have a good reason for it.
Now, when I saw that
movie was pretty good too.
It was solid. It was very solid. But I kind of took that line to be more like there's, like Mario Galaxy, where there's multiple galaxies out there. But yeah, you're absolutely right, though. It could very well easily, you could take that line and tie it into Sonic being one of those worlds or those. So yeah, that could actually work out really well. Mike said it. Oh, go ahead.
Even Sonic himself, the rings, he teleports from planets to planets.
That's true.
I mean, are we sure they're just planets and not like other realms or universes? I mean,
yeah.
If he thought about another universe, could he get to that universe?
Yeah.
That's pretty good. Good theory. I like that. Yeah. Mike said his twins like the Sonic movies. He hasn't seen the third one yet either. So, yeah, like I said, the first two are solid. And I've actually heard the third, especially the climax of the third, is really outstanding. So I'm looking forward to watching it.
Shadow's a dope character.
Yeah, and I believe the actor's name is Ben Schwartz, who voices Sonic. Could his, suggesting he'd like to have a team-up film potentially be the hint of potentially our first inkling of maybe getting a Super Smash Brothers eventually?
That'd be a crazy movie.
That would be insane.
I mean, it'd take a lot more build-up, and it'd probably be a little bit down the line, but they are
more expensive.
They are making a live-action Legends of Zelda. Oh. That is happening. It's supposed to be kind of Lord of the Ring-ish.
So could they be building up to a potential like Avengers Endgame type situation?
Yeah, like that would be crazy work.
Because if you think about the Smash Brothers games, like they had a big bad at the end of each game. Like you had Master Hand and Crazy Hand, and then even in the new one, I don't know what it's called, but it's basically like this cosmic being. And that'd be kind of cool. I'm gonna be honest, as long as they do it right,
Well, this is why I'm glad that the Super Mario Brothers movie was a hit. It's already been announced to be getting a sequel too. There's rumors of a Luigi's Mansion spinoff film. Also, if you just look at this graphic right here, look at all the potential characters and movies you could do. From Star Fox, Kirby, Mega Man, Metroid would be outstanding.
Wasn't there a Kirby movie before?
I don't recall it. I mean, maybe.
I can't remember.
We know we're getting Yoshi in the sequel to Super Mario because they teased it in the post-credits scene.
Yoshi,
there's Pac-Man. There's all sorts of these characters that you can mine, especially in the world of animation. But you could do something like I was kind of hoping maybe Zelda would be an animation, but if they're going to live action route, that's fine.
Yeah, you had Street Fighter was a movie too.
Yeah,
you could redo that movie. I'd watch that again. A Solid Snake movie, like a Metal Gear Solid movie, would be.
Which
dope.
I think they were trying to toy around with that idea for a while, but it never did come to fruition. But now
Captain Falcon would be a dope cartoon series.
Yeah, is that the Star Fox character? No, it's a different thing.
It's a different thing.
Okay, sorry, I'm thinking of Falcon. No,
yeah.
I think he's the top right.
Yeah, right behind Donkey Kong.
Yeah, right behind Donkey Kong.
Hell, even a Donkey Kong Country movie. That's got spit off right off the Mario Brothers movie. So I mean, all that stuff could easily happen. Kingdom Hearts, I mean, there's a lot of Pokemon in there. We obviously had one Pokemon live action movie.
Pokemon's got a lot of movies.
Again, roll that into this whole universe too. Again, I don't know who owns what rights to everything here, but and I'm sure Nintendo don't own like obviously Sega owns, Sonic.
Yeah,
I don't think it's the same thing, but you could definitely maybe make some deals with these companies and bring this to fruition. That would be outstanding.
If they did it, they'd probably want to stick with like the original Smash Brothers, where there wasn't a lot of characters,
probably,
rather than going into what is the new one called? I'm sorry, but whatever the newest one is, where there's like 50 plus characters,
Yeah. Well, it'd be like
small.
Yeah, it's like the first Avengers movie. You had 6 Avengers, and then eventually you get to Endgame where you've got hundreds. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So this is like
retrofit a lot of these guys in, but you want to focus on your main ones like Mario, Zelda. If you're going to do that way, I would love to see like a live action version of Mega Man or even Metroid. Would be cool.
Yeah, that'd be hilarious.
Your more familiar ones like your Pokemons and shit. Yeah, like you could do it.
Well, not only that, it's interesting to note there's only been 2 video game films that have ever crossed the $200 million mark in the domestic box office in the United States, and those 2 films are Mario and Sonic. So it's got a fan base and it's got a following. So it also goes to show you how much video game movies have struggled over the years. But at the same time, Mike says this makes him think of the old Saturday Supercade cartoon from when I was a kid.
Oh man,
don't remember that one.
Your Saturday mornings was trash. You didn't watch cartoons at all.
I like certain ones, but yeah.
Miranda, did you watch cartoons when you was a kid? Miranda? Did you watch cartoons?
Yeah. I watched Garfield. That was my favoriteest one.
Favorite? Yeah, Garfield. That animated movie wasn't that great this year, but Blue's Clues?
Yeah, I haven't watched it.
No.
Well, no.
Aaron, did you watch cartoons as a kid?
Yeah.
Did you have any in particular?
See, when I was really young, I really liked Kid Next Door, but I also liked Dexter's Laboratory. I also liked
you're
Teen
definitely
Titans
younger.
was my favorite. I know those are not like older, but anything cartoon for the most part I really enjoyed. But it had to be clever cartoons. Like some of
it was like
Chowder.
Like DuckTales, Tailspin, Chippendales Rescue Rangers.
I hated those.
Darkwing Duck.
I hated them.
Why did you hate them?
Only reason. I might not be able to do this online. Yeah, you know what? We're gonna save this.
Okay.
For another time.
Yeah.
But like, Silverhawks.
Yeah, Silverhawks.
Dino Riders.
Dino Riders.
I'm doing deep pulls here,
GoBots.
Yeah, Transformers, obviously. G.I. Joe was one of my favorite. Those 80s things like that. Best time for cartoons, just like Mike said in the chat. Best time for cartoons, always up at 6:30 on a Saturday morning. Yep, with a little cereal.
Yep,
and a pillow. Yeah, you were good to roll.
On the floor.
Exactly.
And
then, 2 or 3 hours.
But those cartoons, I watched those with some extended family that I just hated to be around.
Oh,
I can understand that.
I do remember Brave. Jesus Christ, Brave Star.
Don't think so.
He was like a sheriff in outer space, and he had this fucking silver hawk. He had this silver horse, and like he was like a Native American. It was dope as hell, right?
I'll take your word for it. I'll have to Google it after the show. But
there was like I used to my Saturdays, and then like I remember as I got older, Street Sharks, Biker Mice from Mars.
We've talked about Street Sharks a few times.
SWAT Cats was another one. Man, we used to have some dope ass cartoons back in the day.
Yeah, not now. Of course, we're older now, so maybe there are some good ones out there.
X-Men
97. By the way, if you've not watched X-Men 97, it picks right up from the old X-Men series, so it's awesome.
I gotta get Disney Plus back.
I was gonna say they're back on Disney Plus. But Mike said Scooby-Doo, Bugs Bunny, Voltron, Garfield, Black Star, and of course I'll take a break to watch WWF. Absolutely.
Yeah, Voltron was another one. I was a huge Voltron. I had my size Voltron.
Voltron. Yeah.
My great Aunt Mary and Uncle Oak. He loved Garfield, but Aunt Mary loved anything teddy bears. They had so many stuffed animals.
Teddy Ruxpin.
Just yeah.
You remember that
some
Teddy
of those.
Ruxpin? I had one
She
of
used
those.
to collect the Barbies, the holiday edition Barbies. She had all
man.
kinds of
Didn't the
those.
Teddy Ruxpin talk? Like if you
Yep.
synced it with the
Yeah.
video?
You could put
I used
tape
to
in it.
have one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Teddy Ruxpin was dope.
Yep.
What were those things called? Teddy Ruxpin was Furbies before Furbies.
Oh, Furbies will plot your death in the middle of the night.
God, I hated those things.
Remember
Still do.
Punky Brewster?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
My mom had her socks up like her the other day. She was like, I look like Punky.
Didn't they try to bring that show back not too long ago and it failed dramatically?
Yeah.
And if you
Just
guys
saying.
haven't noticed, my hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. They're
Yeah.
Lisa Frank themed.
Oh.
Nice. I didn't know. I didn't even notice they were holding the mouth and ears and stuff.
Oh
That's-
wow.
So,
Yeah.
so much
Yeah.
observant I am. But one more side note on the Sonic thing before I move on. I want to get this last little bit in here. In relation to this story, Colleen O'Shaughnessy, who voices Tails in the movies, wants a Tails spinoff series to happen. She stated, an origin story for Tails would be amazing to see where he came from. A little baby Tails, I would love it. So, if Knuckles can get a spinoff series, why not Tails?
Yeah.
I mean,
Money.
Tails is probably my favorite, to be honest with you. I always enjoyed Tails as a character. Though he wasn't as fast as Sonic, I liked using Tails more in the games. So, but
yeah,
I like,
he can fly.
I did
Yeah.
I played Sonic with Brandon, my cousin Brandon, and I used to like Tails.
Nice.
yeah, Tails.
Yeah, there's definitely an audience for Tails. That's the one thing from the film. I don't know what the third film did, but I know the first two films kind of bypassed her or his origin story. So, kind of confusing because it's voiced by a lady, kind of like Bart Simpson is on The Simpsons. You know.
I'm gonna say there's a lot of animated characters that are males that are voiced by women, and
It goes both ways. Yeah. Mike also said in the chat, Tom and Jerry, Woody Woodpecker, He-Man, G.I. Joe. Not just Woody Woodpecker, Chili Willy. The little penguin.
Dude.
Talk about a pull.
I was telling somebody the other day about Mr. Magoo. I was like, you remember that cartoon?
I know the name. I don't remember much about it. But...
He was blind, but he wore these big Coke bottle ass glasses, and he would. Never mind. I guess you went for enough.
Good thing Matt's not on tonight. He'd be like, "Who are all these people?"
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Mike said one thing I wish was that Darkwing Duck would have crossed over with DuckTales. Well, that little gadget duck or whatever it was, Gizmo Duck. That was his name.
Wow.
I think it crossed over some.
Yeah.
It's
Gizmo
crazy
Duck
that I remember
is
that.
Crazy work, bro.
But yeah, you're right. It didn't really cross over too much, so if at all. So, and but yeah, so
DuckTales.
woo. Ba-da-da-da-da. Yeah.
Damn.
And I'm sure they're all on Disney Plus too. I've not seen them in
Gargoyles.
years. Gargoyles is another great, or Transformers Beast Wars.
Oh, bro. I remember every morning getting up early enough to go downstairs, get something to eat, and watch Beast Wars before the bus would go outside. Launchpad would quack. Wow.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, Tailspin.
Well, yeah, then that spun off into Tailspin, yeah.
Yeah.
Which became a whole different thing.
Man.
There was a whole Duck universe.
Rescue Rangers.
Didn't always cross over, but yeah, sometimes.
I used to love Rescue Rangers. I watched all of
that
them.
that remake that hybrid animated, live action thing they did on Disney Plus was not very good.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah, like Chip and Dale, basically picked up after the Rescue Rangers went off the air, and Chip and Dale, were living off their fame from being on the Rescue Rangers years ago. It was kind of weird, but it wasn't that good. But anyway, they tried.
Care Bears. I don't give a fuck what you say. I watched Care Bears. Starlight. What was the name of that? The little redheaded chick, the star. Damn.
Starbright.
Yeah. Sierra had one of those. That was a cartoon.
I think people are lowering their opinions of us if they haven't been lowered already.
No, not at all.
Fraggle Rock.
The opinion.
You remember Fraggle Rock?
Yeah, I remember Fraggle Rock.
Fraggle Rock was the shit.
What was the other one? There was a different. It wasn't Fraggle Rock. It was something else. Yeah, Speedy Gonzalez, who got canceled, by the way. Same with Pepe Le Pew. Pepe Le Pew is too pervy, apparently. Speedy Gonzalez is because it sounds too racist, I guess. Which is
Gonzalez was a dope character.
That whole
it's stupid. Still a great character.
Let's pretend that other races don't exist.
Yeah,
that's the real goal behind all this stupid bull crap.
I mean, I mean, come on. There's nothing wrong with that. That's funny. He was fast. That's what he did. He was
Oh,
fast.
big dog.
Yeah, I remember Muppet Babies, but it was Fraggle Rock and something else.
Muppet Babies was a thing. Yeah, that was.
Fraggle Rock was the best one though, for
Fraggle
sure.
Rock was shit.
But yeah, the whole Jim Henson and everything was really great.
Oh,
sure.
and then Magic School Bus.
Mhm.
That was another one I used to watch on PBS.
Yep.
Reading Rainbow too. I was huge. In
Yeah.
Dragon Tales.
Dragon Tales. I remember Dragon Tales. See, I didn't watch Dragon Tales till Jaden. That's the first time I ever watched Dragon Tales. Because I refused to let him watch Barney. I said, no, I'm not doing it.
Yeah. I love you. You hate me. We'll tie Barney up.
You know, he's got like a retroactive Barney now. He's like a young purple dinosaur now. It's crazy work.
It's still on the air.
Yes, dude.
Oh God, help us. This is why the society has gone downhill. Anyway, it's not helping. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. That was a tangent.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so let's move on to the last bit of movie news. Last couple things I've got here. Late breaking movie news that actually broke on Friday afternoon. Another film got a release date, and that is, of course, the next installment of the Scary Movie franchise. The Wayans brothers are reuniting with the franchise for the first time since Scary Movie 2 to help develop Scary Movie 6. The Wayans were pivotal. Let's try that again. The Wayans were pivotal to the success of the first couple of films in the franchise, which, in my opinion, has fallen off in quality ever since 2 or 3. But they will be returning to help write and produce the film. No word on whether they'll also star or direct. We just don't know that yet. But we do know the release date, and that film is going to be releasing on June 12, 2026. So anybody fans of the Scary Movie franchise, Aaron, Miranda, at all? Or do
because I just hate horror movies. Like, my imagination sucks, apparently. Because, like, I can't believe the character. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I just don't like scary movies.
Yeah, I don't
So, these I like. Because it's just like, yeah.
Just good old-fashioned spoof fun, stuff like that, yeah. I'll never forget the
I
first
would
time.
rather scare the shit out of somebody by,
Oh yeah, exactly. And I remember the first time when the first movie come out, my parents took me to see the first one, thinking, "Oh, that'll be a fun little fun comedy. Makes fun of horror movies and stuff." Well, there was a scene in the bathroom with male genitalia that they were like, "Yeah, we're taking you out of this movie now." So yeah, this isn't good. But so I definitely remember that. But I don't know. After the second movie, I just felt like they kind of got. I mean, they were always silly. They're supposed to be, but just got a little too stupid. You know what I mean? Like, what's the Wayans left? So maybe if they return, maybe this sixth one will actually be pretty decent. But Anna Faris is great in all of them. I mean, that's one of her most well-known roles. So maybe she'll return. I don't think there's any any news on the cast just yet, but she was in all the others. So you would think. But I know I haven't seen her much of anything since she got divorced from Chris Pratt. So I don't know if she's still acting or not. But yeah. Mike said the first two were fine. Enjoy a good spoof film. And to be fair, spoof films in recent memory have not had a lot of success. Scary Movie is one of the few who actually really hit it big. I mean, obviously,
in recent years, it was hard to make fun of anything. So
that too, but even then, like spoof films, were like an '80s thing, like Airplane and Spaceballs, and those were like really big. But nowadays, it just feels like a lot of people just either don't enjoy them as much anymore, or like you said, maybe they're just not allowed to make fun of things that they should be able to make fun of. So hopefully that changes going into this film, and maybe they'll be able to make fun of some stuff. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, if it looks good, I might check it out. But I ain't gonna lie, I couldn't tell you anything that happened in 3, 4, or 5 easily.
No, I haven't watched any of them since like probably 2.
I don't think I've ever heard of that one, Mike. Another pretty good spoof was Stan Helsing. Obviously Van Helsing, but Stan Helsing. Never heard of that one. Like, I mean, I've obviously heard Not Another Teen Movie was decent, had Chris Evans in it, things like that. So I mean, there's been a few out there that I thought were pretty okay, but just nothing like on the level of like Spaceballs. Obviously, that's like the upper echelon of spoof movies. But and I know they're doing another Naked Gun reboot next year, so that's kind of along those lines. It won't be with Leslie Nielsen, I don't think. No, it'll have Liam Neeson in it. which would be
Oh.
interesting. I don't know. He doesn't strike me as like the comedy type. Sometimes he's more of a serious actor. But yeah. Oh, okay. Well, thanks for that, Mike. Anna Faris wasn't in the fifth one, so it sounds like you're a fan of the series a little bit. Be able to pull that off the top of your head. So I knew she was in a lot of them. I didn't know if she was in all of them, but yeah. So yeah, I don't know.
Secretly, he's fact checking all of us anytime he has.
Probably. He's got Google going, say something wrong. I dare you. Yeah. He's got me twice tonight. So good on him. I need the accountability sometimes. I'm not going to lie. So I try my best to get all the facts right so I don't say something wrong. But there are going to be times I mess up. I am human after all. So yeah, there's that. So yeah, I mean, so Mike, are you a fan of the Scary Movie franchise? If you are, let us know. It sounds like you are. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I was kind of hoping Brandon would be back before the next segment because I really want his opinion. But we'll see. We'll see if I can stall for time. Mike said hard for Leslie Nielsen to be. Yeah, I know, since he passed away. I know, but yeah. What, Aaron?
I was just gonna say that. I mean, I don't remember much of the scary movie films. I mean, from what I can remember, they were funny. But my wife kind of agreed that the first two were the best. But it really kind of died at Scary Movie 5.
Okay. Well, there was, I know one of them was ripping on Tom Cruise's War of the Worlds, and I don't know if I thought that one just wasn't very good. Even though a lot of people didn't think the War of the Worlds was very good with Tom Cruise, but I actually didn't mind that film. I thought it was okay for a Spielberg movie, but yeah. So I don't know. But yeah, that first Scary Movie was probably the most popular. The rest of them just kind of like, meh. The only other one I remember vaguely was one where Shaq and Dr. Phil have to like cut themselves out of the Saw situation at the very beginning of the movie. That's the only thing I remember. But yeah, so maybe it'll be good and maybe it won't be, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. All right, well, I guess I'll go ahead and move into this next topic and we'll see if Brandon comes back or not. But anyway, it's the last movie bit of news that I've got. And apparently it comes from the world of DC and the DCU. We know that Nathan Fillion is playing Guy Gardner, and Hal Jordan is being played by Kyle Chandler, and Jon Stewart will be played by Aaron Pierre in the upcoming Lanterns TV show coming to Max in 2026. Now it's being reported that, I hope I'm pronouncing this right, Ulrich Thompson has been cast as Sinestro. And the only thing I've ever seen him in is a very small role in a James Bond movie called The World Is Not Enough. He played a character named Davidoff, who is Electra King's head of security, who is in league with Robert Carlyle's villain Renard in that film. But to many, he'll be an unknown, especially in the States, since he is a Danish actor. But Sinestro has an official description, and it reads as follows. He's a ruthless yet undeniably charming character. Sinestro is a former Green Lantern who turned rogue. Sinestro's manipulative nature drives his enduring obsession with his former mentee, Hal Jordan. So, yeah, I mean, this is basically one of the bigger Green Lantern villains in the series. So I was hoping to maybe get Brandon's thoughts on what he thinks about that being cast in this series from the jump, which is really cool. So if he comes back, I'll try to get his thoughts on it before we move on. But if we move on, I can always jump back into it and edit it later. So that's the beauty of editing, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, I think this is great. I mean, Mark Strong, this is kind of where Aaron could jump in and talk about his love about Green Lantern 2011. But Mark Strong in that movie, I thought, did a great job as Sinestro. He was one of the very few bright spots in the movie, I thought. Outside of Ryan Reynolds himself, I thought did okay. Yeah, I mean, but yeah, the fact that you got this guy already being put in the DCU, one of the heavy hitters in the Green Lantern world, I think will only make for good things when it comes to the Lantern series. Also kind of interesting because Lanterns is supposed to kind of be Earth-based and not so much cosmic-based, but it sounds like we'll at least have a small role in this and potentially maybe a bigger role down the line. Aaron, since you like the movie, you got any thoughts on that, about the new series? It's silence. Must be dealing with children. That's okay. So
who's that? Sorry.
I just asked if you had any thoughts on Sinestro since you liked the 2011 movie.
Oh, sorry. I was in a conversation.
You're fine.
You know, I was kind of disappointed that there wasn't a sequel to that movie, that he was the big bad, and
yeah.
So
especially after the end credit scene that set him up as Sinestro with the yellow ring and all that. Yeah.
Yeah. So it will be interesting to see if they're going to do a movie with him as the big bad. It would kind of appease that, I don't know that. What am I trying to say? that want to have that second film with him as the big bad of the movie.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. Well, hopefully they won't just like set him up and then cancel the series after one season. And then we never, just like the last time, they'll be like, come on. But yeah, hopefully this will actually be more of a substantial role. Good. Brandon's back. I can ask him about this because I wanted to get his thoughts. Hey, Brandon, guess what we're talking about?
Why is Sinestro on the screen?
All right. Well, let me repeat it real quick I won't repeat the whole thing. But apparently, in the new Lanterns TV show, we have Guy Gardner, we got Hal Jordan, we got Jon Stewart. We now have a casting announcement of Ulrich Thompson, who will be playing Sinestro in the series. He's kind of an unknown. He's a Danish actor, so you probably have never heard of him. I've never heard of him. Most people probably haven't, outside of a small role in a James Bond film. But they added Sinestro to the first season of Lanterns that'll be coming out in 2026. You're the big Green Lantern fan. What do you think about this with Sinestro being brought in right from the jump?
Well, he was a Lantern. He was a Green Lantern to begin with. So it works. Like, he should be there.
Wasn't he the pseudo leader of the
yes,
Lantern?
after Abin Sur died, he took over. He's the one who actually trained and mentored Hal.
Yeah. And Hal Jordan, I think, Kyle Chandler's a little older. This guy here who's going to be playing Sinestro is 61 years old right now. So he will definitely be a little older. But again, we're entering a universe where these characters already exist. We ain't going to go back and probably tell their origin stories. Mm-hmm. He may already have the yellow ring of fear, so to speak. Or is that what you call it? I know it's fear. Yes. But so we may not even get to see all that again. He may just pick right up.
Yellow Lantern.
Right. So it may just pick up from the jump, or maybe he'll start out as Hal Jordan's mentor, even though, like I said, he's already a little older, and he's already looks like he's going to be training Jon Stewart. So probably not. Probably be a little bit further down the line. So it would make some sense to kind of jump in, and maybe he's the big bad of the first season. I don't know. But you would think they would probably build to him maybe in other things like a movie or something down the line, probably. But so yeah. Mike said Green Lantern or Green Arrow, who's more mean in their green? I know who wins in a fight. I'll tell you that. Yeah. There's no
Lantern. I mean,
there's
right.
No,
am I right? Green Lantern.
Yes. Yeah. You're not even close to being wrong. I mean, jeez.
Not even a
not
real
even
question.
Not even a debate. Yeah, not even close to a debate. But yeah, so I'm glad. Yeah, go ahead.
I do have a question for Brandon. Speaking about the movie that he doesn't really like, how comic book accurate, other than the obvious one, how comic book accurate was the movie?
Probably not. Well, Oa maybe.
It had a lot of similarities, but it told a story that isn't really the story or what they look like, which is crazy.
I'm dying at the bag.
Hold on.
Crumbly, crumple. You sound like Matt trying to eat a Subway sandwich.
What is happening?
I don't know. He muted himself. I think one of the kids needed something open.
Dang these kids. Why can't they open their own chip bag?
No, it's a bag of pepperoni. And for whatever reason, the damn thing was not unsealing whatsoever.
Why can't these kids?
Childproof.
Yeah, I'm like, what is happening? She's like, cut it.
Cut it. That's funny. Mike said, who would you say, Brandon, is Green Lantern's Marvel counterpart? I don't know of any Marvel character that has a construct as a power.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe the way the MCU's doing it anyway, Miss Marvel. With the way she's able to use
in a sense. No, because their powers run off of whatever emotion they're attached to. Yes, there's a battery, but
yeah. You see, in the comics, Miss Marvel was more like stretchy and can make herself inflate and stuff. But in the MCU, it's almost like she's using this mystical power.
Yeah,
it can form into whatever she can imagine. So in a way, it's kind of Green Lantern-ish. But
I don't know because the rings are basically the power. That's
hers are the bangles, kind of. I don't know if it's just because of the bang. I think it's inside of her too, but yeah. So I don't know, but that's
even as a whole, because like when you say Green Lantern, there's a whole core, the Lantern Corps in general. So like because like the Lantern Corps is essentially like the Justice League if you think about it, but they're split off into different, sectors and there's way more of them. I don't think there really is like a Marvel equivalent. I asked that same question about like what's the Marvel
Joker
equivalent to Joker.
Yeah, there's very few that there isn't no counterpart or equivalent to, but those two may be the two. DC's got one up, and there's probably others too that I just can't think off the top of my head. But yeah, so that's.
I don't think there isn't like how like you can make a parallel between Superman and Captain America, even though again, Captain America is just a souped up human and more in line with Deathstroke and stuff like that. But like, you can make parallels between them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, especially their truth, justice, the American way type thing.
I don't think there's like parallels to any character really between Marvel and DC as far as it goes. Joker
and by the way, on a side note, damn that for a better tomorrow crap. The American way, okay? That's what it was, and that's what it's going to be in the DCU. They've already said, by the way, so get over it. Sorry.
Wow.
Yeah, he grew up in Kansas, for God's sakes. But anyway,
but yeah. I don't think there's like an equivalent. Like you can't. There's no parallels to certain characters that are, I guess, in a sense, unique to the other in that aspect. But I don't think there is one, to be honest.
It's a good question, though, Mike. I like that one.
One article on Google says the Nova Corps.
I guess,
but I'm not quite sure who this superhero is.
Well, the Nova maybe. Who?
Yeah, you're kind of right there. How Nova got his powers and how that works.
Who did you say, Aaron?
Quasar,
I think.
Maybe Quasar.
I've heard the name, but I don't know much about the character.
Yeah.
But we are getting a Nova television series for the MCU at some point. It's probably going to be a few years off, but maybe we'll actually get Quasar at some point in that sort of thing. So, especially if it comes from the same planet or whatnot. I'm not positive, but we'll have to wait and see. All right, well, that'll do it for movies. Let's get moving along right here, and let's get into some sports news. All right, we had
sports teams.
There you go.
Hey, real quick.
IO.
Yeah, I did not pull up the championship banner or anything, but congrats to the Ohio State Buckeyes winning the. And hopefully, our friend from work is not watching. I'm sorry, pal.
We still haven't talked about it. Like we haven't discussed it.
It's like an unwritten rule. We're just not going to talk. We're just going to let it go.
I hope it's okay by Anaya's birthday.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
Probably next time I'll see him.
I will say though, like I went and I seen him obviously the day after the game, and I looked at him and I was like, I was gonna text you, and like I didn't. What stopped me was I'm thinking, nah, I know Nate. Like I can't. This ain't the time.
It's not going to be.
Yeah, he goes. I would have seen it. I probably wouldn't have really read it. I'd have just put it down. He said I probably still wouldn't have looked at it today, but eventually I would have. I was like, listen, it would have been nothing crazy. All I was gonna say was good game, and I see you at work.
I mean,
he was like,
they made it to the title game. You got to be at least proud of that, no doubt about it.
But he said himself that game was over before halftime.
And I'm still, just happy that the only two teams IU lost to were the two teams in the national title game. So that's the way I'm justifying it. So, yeah. Well, we were going to talk about something from the Yankees, but since Matt's not here, I want to go ahead and bypass that since he's the expert on the baseball side of it. But anyway, congrats to CC Sabathia and making the Hall of Fame. Maybe Nate or Matt will talk about that next week. Maybe we'll have to wait and see. Mike said congrats to Ohio State for winning the national title. Good game, better than the game against Michigan, but they won the one that matters. So
crazy.
He had to throw that little dig in there.
Crazy work.
And by the way, IU beat Michigan.
I don't like Michigan
at
for y'all.
Nah.
Now, when it comes to the world of the NFL, we've got some coaching hires to discuss a little bit.
Oh yeah.
First and foremost, the Indianapolis Colts have hired the former Cincinnati Bengals defensive coordinator Lou Anarumo as their new defensive coordinator. The 6-year coordinator was once nicknamed the Mad Scientist by his players for his efforts against high-powered offenses. He's known as a game-planning savant who isn't afraid to pivot in-game as he sees fit. Unlike Gus Bradley, who mainly ran a simplistic defense, Anarumo runs multiple schemes, which is widely known for its ever-changing adjustments. This was instrumental in the Cincinnati Bengals Super Bowl run a few years ago. However, his defense was ranked 5th in the league during the Super Bowl run. But in the other seasons, the defense was averaging around 22nd in the league out of 32 teams. While Anarumo's 2024 Bengals defense was certainly a step back from recent years. It was actually one of the biggest reasons the Bengals struggled this season, but it could have been partially due to the personnel he was provided that proved out to be unfit. At least that's what many have said around the league. So some of the issues in Cincinnati could be personnel. It'll likely mean at least a decent overhaul is on the table in Indianapolis to find players who fit his schemes. But as we've discussed before, I have to see it to believe it at this point. Thoughts, Brandon, on a new defensive coordinator?
Is because if we don't fix the issues we have, we're going to be in the same position no matter who you fucking hire. It's the same thing I said about the quarterback. If we don't have anybody to protect him or anything like that, then it doesn't matter.
Yeah. But he's got to have the right people to run the scheme. I think it helps a lot of the players on the current defense, but
yes,
they're gonna have to plug and play some or get some new additions too.
But I did say, if we're gonna start replacing people, then you make it at the staff level first, and then go for players. Don't just start releasing fucking players.
Well,
because they may not be the issue. It may be staffing, and I still think we should go for a head coach. I don't give a fuck what Irsay says.
Well, and
or GM.
Well, it's funny too because me, Nate, and our other friend at work was actually looking at the draft order earlier today, and looking at the quarterback prospects and things like that. And in the first round, it's projected that only 2 quarterbacks are going to go. One to I think who was it? It'd be like the Giants and the Titans. I think early on. After that, no quarterback goes in the first round in early mocks. So that obviously tells you partially that Anthony Richardson's not going anywhere, which I think most of us kind of figured anyway, especially with what I'm about to tell you.
Howard's going to be out there, okay?
But yeah, the coach is probably going to stick around at least another year for sure.
There's a troll in the chat. Just
there is, and I'm about to address him. Matt says, who's hopefully he's feeling a little better. He says this show sucks. More original content. And what do we always tell you, Matt? Shut up. He goes, who is Spoob anyway? And that, you know what? That's actually an excellent question.
Oh, that's a whole story.
Whole other story.
Dude. We got time.
We got all night, brother. No,
but anyway, whole story.
But anyway, Mike said, "Hey, bandwagon Matt is on here," and Matt said, "Colts hire low class." So,
all right, Matt.
I mean, like he's not particularly wrong. Because, like I said, that first year, that first year or that 1 year going to the Super Bowl was 5th overall in the league. So yeah, but when it comes to the rest of the seasons, 22nd, 27th, maybe 19th. Middle of the pack to bottom of the league. So yeah, again, it's great. You're hiring a new coach, but and a lot of the Colts players are actually young, especially on the defensive side of the ball. So you might be able to mold them to your defense, but at the same time, it's concerning when it's like, all right, this is the type of guys you're going for. I'd rather you go get guys from maybe top 10 of the league. That would be where I prefer to see it. But I guess we're gonna have to just wait and see how that goes. Next up, in regards to the Indianapolis Colts, had another little bit of news I wanted to share at least. The Colts NFL reporter, Stephen Holder, is reporting that Anthony Richardson is working to improve his mechanics this offseason. Richardson will be working with Josh Allen's personal mechanics and biometrics coach, Chris Hess, to refine his throwing motion. He was a key figure behind Josh Allen's completion percentage being boosted 16.4% in the span of 3 years. Considering they both had similar stats in their first 14 games in the NFL in their careers, should this be an encouraging sign? I would think it probably would be. I mean, I hope so. But we'll just have to wait and see if Anthony Richardson has the same amount of luck that Josh Allen did. But we'll have to wait and see how that goes. Matt is just blowing up the chat. He says, it seems like a reach. Really, I hope it was thought out. You talk about the defensive coordinator, I'm assuming. Yeah, we all hope it works out for sure. Brandon, I don't know if you saw the story of Anthony Richardson working with Josh Allen's biometrics and mechanics coach. That Josh Allen credits that actually helped his completion percentage go up by 17% after he met with this coach. Do you think it'll help Anthony Richardson in the same way to actually be working with this guy in the offseason?
Yes. I mean, I hope so. Because like I said, as much as I want to blame him and he did some bullshit, but he's still young.
Yeah.
And
Still a
if
kid.
he matures enough and takes these lessons and applies them, he's a very dynamic player on the field, but he has to fix everything else. If he can do that, yeah, sure. Will he be Josh Allen? No. But
well, time will tell.
I'll take a close version of Josh Allen. I'll take Josh Allen adjacent.
I was actually going to share it, but
I mean,
found out it was a
difference between the two. But
all right.
But anyway, but no, I was actually going to share the video.
I'm not on camera.
Yeah. I was going to. I don't even know where to go with that. I was going to share the video online, but there's actually a cool video on X of it's made by NFL Films, which is why I don't want to show it. I want to get copywritten.
Mm-hmm.
But where Josh Allen is literally talking about how that Chris Hess helped him improve his throwing motion. And if he could do the same thing for Richardson, it will hopefully actually, make him set his feet, throw it the right way, and not just, So hopefully it's just at least good to see Richardson taking the necessary steps to at least attempt to improve. So that's good to see. That shows maturity on his part. So we'll have to wait and see.
Indy needs to respond in kind. Then you have to take the steps to, if he is going to be your future, if he's the one we're putting our fucking money on, then you have to help him.
Yeah, I completely agree. And hopefully,
when you look at these stats, he's not too far behind.
Yeah, this is the same 14 games in of their career back in December. So, yeah, exactly. That's where everybody's been saying that if he gets that extra help like Josh Allen did, maybe he will make that leap, or it won't work. We'll just have to wait and see. But I am glad to see that he's at least tried something different, and he's going after a guy who's proven to have helped a guy before. So, yeah, and Josh Allen raves about the guy. So, at least that's a good sign for sure. But, yeah like you said.
Hopefully, sorry.
No, fine.
Hopefully that means that they're going to keep him on next year so they don't have to go find a quarterback.
I think they have no choice.
Yeah, I don't think they have a choice.
And that maybe they can work on maybe their defense and maybe their run game. Go
get another receiver would be nice too. Or at least a pass catching tight end. We got all these tight ends. Nobody catches a ball. Can't block either, apparently. So yeah, we got a whole bunch of issues.
Yo, he shot. You said that shit. Quentin can't block for shit neither.
No, well, yeah. I mean, it's no secret. That's for damn sure.
We need to get them tight ends that the Raiders got and Pittsburgh has two of, and hell, even Buffalo. He's a big dude, but they get after them fucking We need the second coming of Shannon Sharp at that position. Somebody find that person.
Yeah, exactly.
And maybe Brock Bowers. So.
Yeah, it probably is. I think we might have got we were a little too late. Which I was kind of upset the Colts didn't draft him, but at the same time, working out well for the Raiders for sure. And if they get a quarterback, which that could be interesting too.
They're getting a head coach, ain't they?
Yeah, which we're about to talk about right now. We've got new head coaches throughout the NFL. There were 7 head coaching vacancies at the end of the season, at the end of the 2024 season. Now 6 of them have been filled. And we'll start with the first one. New England Patriots have now signed Mike Vrabel, the former Tennessee Titans head coach and former Patriots player. Well, again, we talked about how there might have been something in the contract of Belichick where they had to hire somebody on his staff. If that's the case, Vrabel took a year off. Now he's in New England, as well as Josh McDaniels is also returning to New England as their offensive coordinator. So they're kind of getting the band back together in New England just a little bit. Some of those old coaches and players who were successful in the past to help Drake May in his development here in New England. And they were a little surprisingly decent last year at times. Yep. So give him a couple years, get a couple good drafts. And if Vrabel is as good as many hoped he would be in Tennessee with maybe a better, general manager and, better players, maybe something could come out of this in New England. I hate to say it because I'm not a big New England fan, but without Belichick and Brady, it's a little less of a sting for sure. But Robert Kraft's still there. But thoughts on Mike Vrabel?
That's who they wanted from the jump.
Yeah, it sounds like they
Everybody
did even
knew
last
that.
year.
Everybody knew that.
Yeah.
But the way they did Gerard Mayo was foul. Like,
yeah, it kind of sucks. And like I said, he even had the team with a bunch of no names was playing okay at times. So in a way, yeah, he kind of got the shaft, but New England gets their guy. A couple other teams who got their guy. The Chicago Bears have finally found a head coach with the Lions offensive coordinator going to a division rival of the Bears. Ben Johnson is now the head coach of the Bears. I don't know.
Man,
he obviously did some good things.
Happy with him.
No, well, the Lions fans ain't happy in general after these next two hires, but losing their offensive coordinator to the Bears, obviously he did a lot for Jared Goff. Can he do the same for Caleb Williams in Chicago? Time will wait. We'll have to wait and see. But the other side of the Lions, the defensive coordinator, is now the Jets head coach. So the Lions have now lost their offensive coordinator and their defensive coordinator. Still got their head coach in Campbell, but at the same time, Aaron Glenn now becoming the Jets head coach. Probably not going to have Aaron Rodgers next year. We'll see how this goes. But a defensive-minded guy with a defense who's solid at times with the right coaching. But yeah, so this could be a good thing for the Jets too. Of course, everything looks promising at this point. You can't go anywhere but up for a lot of these teams. But yeah, so in that case, good to see that. Good for the Lions coordinators getting hired. Another
probably cold that day,
brother.
Wild.
Really? I mean, really?
Hey,
you just
like bullets.
Could cut glass with that. But anyway,
let's
moving on.
This conversation.
Another offensive coordinator from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers is now the head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Liam Cohen will be taking over that job down there with the Khan family, Shad and Tony, all them guys down there in Jacksonville. So as a AFC South divisional rival with the Colts, I kind of hope they stink. But at the same time, good for the Jacksonville Jaguars. They get their guy eventually here. And we had a couple signings today, as a matter of fact. We got apparently 71-year-old, I believe, Pete Carroll. I think that's how old he is now going to be the head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. The former Seattle Seahawks coach signs a 3-year deal with an option for a 4th year. So he could potentially be 75, 78 years old, or however old he might be. I think he might be 74 now that I think about it, actually. So whatever it is, I know they did say he is now officially the oldest head coach in NFL history by coming in. Yeah, that's him. He looks good for 74.
Yeah.
And not only that, when he's on the sideline, he looks in good shape. He's always
he's
got a lot of
running
energy.
down the field. Man, Seattle played the shit out of him too, though. That was crazy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I got a 70-year-old working for me, and he cuts wood every day, and he's like, "That's how I stay in shape." And he's
I bet it is too.
He's got so much freaking energy.
The older I get, the more I realize the more you move, the better off you'll be. I just need to get to moving for sure. No doubt about it. So yeah, good to see Pete Carroll take that year off from Seattle and didn't have a job last year.
Yeah, I think he's going to do
well, not only that, think of this. Adam Schefter pointed this out, so I can't take credit. But the 4 head coaches now in the AFC West include Andy Reid with the Chiefs, Jim Harbaugh with the Chargers, Sean Payton with the Broncos, and now Pete Carroll with the Raiders. That is a combined 20 conference championship appearances and 9 Super Bowl appearances between the head coaches. So that division could be stacked next year. So yeah, that's crazy to think about. But right before we got on the podcast tonight, we had the 6th coach be signed, and now the Dallas Cowboys have their guy, their offensive coordinator, Brian Schottenheimer, has now officially become the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. So,
oh my God.
Yeah, so they looks like they promoted from within, and after many, many years in the league, he finally gets his first head coaching gig with the Cowboys. So we'll see how that goes. And now the only team that does not have a head coach as of right now is the New Orleans Saints. So we'll have to wait and see how that goes.
McCarthy
but
could go to the Saints.
Who?
McCarthy could go to the Saints.
That's possible. I mean, maybe. Yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot of candidates out there at the moment. I mean, I guess there's some coordinators you can still go in, but I can't think of anything off the top of my head. But yeah, Mike says, get my age and find out you've got arthritis in your knees. That sucks. I've got something going on in my knees at times, so I don't know if it's that or other issues. But anyway, it's not fun. Trust me. And I'm not as old as you yet, but yeah.
You got it in your knees? You lucky. I got arthritis in a couple places and carpal tunnel. It fucking sucks.
I think I had.
I would say you need to be off your knees a little bit more there, Eric, but I know it's been a dry spell for you for a long time.
Easy business.
Bro, you wait till I see you. Don't make me boot you from the stream. Dang, that's messed up, man. I'm gonna remember that. You're gonna get that.
Called you out, fam.
That's terrible. It's terrible stuff, bro. I mean,
damn.
Who do you think I am? Taylor Swift?
Oh.
That's weird.
I mean, that was anyway, moving on. But anyway, we got a few more. Oh yeah, I guess there's actually games this week. You know, that might be something we're talking about. Let's do that. Let's talk about some of the games in the NFL. Actually, there's two. So yeah, before we get into that, let's talk about the divisional games. Divisional weekend is officially in the books. If I could get this thing to work right, I swear I hate this thing. Live television, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we have the divisional round in the books with the Chiefs. They defeated the Houston Texans 23-14. The Chiefs advanced to their 7th straight AFC Championship game and their 8th straight playoff win. The Chiefs move one step closer to a potential first ever three-peat and winning 4 Super Bowls in the last 6 years. Andy Reid also now joins George Halas, Don Shula, and Bill Belichick as the only coaches in NFL history with at least 300 wins. The Chiefs were just a little bit better with the defense holding the Texans to only 1 touchdown in the divisional round. But at this point, it's getting ridiculous that even major sports names are calling it out. Patrick Mahomes did his best LeBron James impersonation this last week, flopping out of bounds on one play, drawing a flag. There was an illegal hip drop tackle that wasn't called against Kansas City, and there were 2 roughing the passer calls against the Texans that gave the Chiefs first downs to extend drives. Both calls weren't even questionable. They clearly shouldn't have been given to Kansas City. Troy Aikman
called him out.
Yeah, Troy Aikman of the former Cowboys great. He made an excellent point during the broadcast, screaming, "Oh, come on!" And then, of course, talking about how he said the NFL is going to have to look at this because you can't have mobile running quarterbacks and expect the defense not to touch them and then flag them when they tackle them legally or even miss the quarterback altogether, like what happened in this game. So at some point, even the most diehard Chiefs fan has got to admit it's rigged in our favor. And do you honestly want to win that way as a Chiefs fan? This sort of stuff ruins the game, and this isn't sour grapes. It's just fact.
Yeah, that's
I was going to say this when you were talking about the scientist dude coming onto the thing. Okay. You've got people like him that can make plays happen, all to be possibly shut down by some stupid ref.
Yeah.
Or rule.
Yep.
Or a missed call or something. They've got to figure out if they're going to keep doing this, how to make it fair. Just like our elections, like make it fair.
Yeah. And the thing is,
common sense stuff. Yeah.
When everybody starts to point it out and call it, it's like, okay, we got to do something.
There's something wrong with it. I mean, literally in this game, you had Mahomes was running around, scrambling around, which makes him legal to hit at that point, no matter what. Then he decides to slide at the last second while 2 guys are already diving at him. They don't even hit Mahomes. They hit each other.
Yeah. And
they called it roughing the passer on Mahomes.
Targeting.
Targeting. It's like, no, that's the one that even, Aikman was like, oh, come on. Yeah, that was hilarious.
Lost it. Yeah, we've seen it. We watched it. And but okay, here's the thing. It's one thing if it's happening all over the league like that. It's not that big of an issue. It's these games.
Yeah. Always at home, especially with Kansas City.
It's literally like people are like, okay, bro, like enough is enough. So here's the thing. If it's nothing going on, and these are all just legitimate mistakes or whatever the case may be, but there's no nefarious means. There's no, you know what I mean? You realize how bad it looks.
Yeah.
Because the same rules are not being upheld everywhere. But for whatever reason, these games, they're always highlighted.
Yeah.
And you can find discrepancies in it. So it's like, you got to figure something out with your refs. Like they had, like, go to ref school. I don't fucking know. But like, you have to train for so long before you're on and ref meaningful fucking games.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, wrestling, there's a ref school. Those refs, they go through the same process that wrestlers go through as far as like your tenure here long before you fucking see a TV screen. And that's long before you're reffing WrestleMania main events.
Yeah.
Same thing here.
Well, I'm sure they do some training like that, but at the same time, I mean, it's like when you're watching the New England Patriots back in the game, especially when the Patriots and Chiefs are at home. The Patriots, when they were at home, there was always malfunctioning, headset equipment, especially on the visiting sideline, things like that.
Stuff
like,
wrong in the locker room. Like,
yeah,
that's a separate issue. That's the owner of the fucking team. Like but like with these refs, a lot of them have jobs outside
there's some
of
ref
football.
calls too.
You know what I'm saying? Like outside of football. There's no real, like, this isn't what they do. It should be.
Yeah.
That way you can eliminate shit like this from happening.
Yeah.
But it's like, I don't know.
There were ref calls against that helped New England too. Anybody remember the tuck rule?
Yeah.
And by the way, before you even mention it, Mike, it took place in New England. I know. Now. Running gag. But anyway,
yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that went the Patriots' way. And again, you asked Charles Woodson, to this day, that was a fumble. And it was a fumble if you go back and look at it, but they obscure rule.
But even some of the rules and like some of the penalties just this year have been fucking crazy. But like the roughing the passer rule, for one, is still a rule that like baffles me. There's literally a person dedicated to his job is to hit that guy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, but you take that away. Like, what are we doing? I get the whole targeting thing, but then you do it within the impunity to where, like, if he pushes him down, he can still get a flag.
Yeah.
What is he supposed to do?
He's supposed to like make a bed with soft blankets and a pillow and gently lay him down. Otherwise,
I could get it if like he
Mr. Sweet Nothing's in his ear.
He launches his head at his face with his helmet. That is totally different. But if he is literally tackling him, and tackling is becoming a thing that's kind of fucking illegal to do now too.
Yeah. But if you ask Mahomes, Patrick Mahomes doesn't feel that way at all. He was asked about it this week, and he gave a typical PR answer. He said, quote, "The refs are doing their best to call the game as fair and as proper as they can." But if he's being honest, he'd say otherwise. I mean, even Tom Brady jokingly admits that the tuck rule was a fumble nowadays. But at the time, he wouldn't say it because the Patriots had the advantage, just like the Chiefs do now. So
I hope they lose.
I hope they get smoked. And I don't want to even see him anywhere near the Super Bowl. I really don't. But it's at home. It's in Kansas City. So yeah. Mike said Houston definitely had a problem with the Chiefs and the refs in that game. Yeah. Absolutely. And to follow up on the comment made by Aaron, Mike said, "Aaron, that's how Eric got all those good raises at work." First of all, what good raises you talking about? Because I've not gotten any good raises, so I don't know what you're talking about.
You must not be good at it.
Oh shit, that's messed up. You know what? That's fine. I don't want to be, so we're good. Yeah, I don't need that. Moving on.
Oh, that's wild.
God, fudging hell. Anyway, so also this last weekend, the Bills beat the Ravens 27-25. Sorry, Aaron. Mark Andrews. This is on the Mark Andrews, kinda. He drops the game-tying 2-point conversion to tie the game with 1:33 left in the game. While the scoreboard was close, it felt like the Bills' defense were the ones that were the most in control of this game. They created turnovers and stopped Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry enough to get the W. So, good for the Bills as they move on to face Kansas City. So, thoughts on
and I asked you this question at work, I think. Do you think Lamar will ever get over that?
I don't know. It seems like they've got that get to the playoffs and then they themselves beat themselves.
It's I don't know what I told you before. I think it's the pressure. I think it's like
it does ramp up
because it's every year they'll be dominant all pre-playoffs. Like they're destroying teams. But it's like every time they get to the playoffs, they'll get through the first, but then lose it. Like what happens?
Yeah, I don't know.
Is it like getting closer and closer, and it just becomes too much, or
maybe
this year it wasn't really on him this game.
Well, I think he did throw. He had a fumble, I thought, and I think he threw a pick. I don't remember, but anyway. So, but yeah, I mean, that's just it. I mean, 99 times out of 100, Mark Andrews catches that pass, and scores the 2-point conversion. So, but for whatever reason, not that one time, and that's the one time that mattered. So it sucks. Mike said, like I said last week, we shall quote the Ravens nevermore this season.
Right, we're done talking.
Not wrong, for sure. I'll get to the other comment in just a second, Mike. So hold on.
Although I'm not disappointed with this game because, I mean, I didn't watch it, but I heard that otherwise it was a good game. It could have gone either way. But yeah, I agree that, they kind of get the pressure, I think, hits them and they kind of choke sometimes.
Yeah. Well,
especially during the playoffs.
Hey, Peyton Manning had that for a long time too, and I still argue he didn't have a really great playoff run either time he won the Super Bowl. So outside of that second half against New England that one year, but so tell me if you've seen this one before. The AFC Championship will be the Bills and the Chiefs, 6:30 p.m. on Sunday afternoon or that evening. Buffalo was the one team that beat the Chiefs this season. Now, the Chiefs had 2 losses this year, but the second loss, they didn't even play their starters in Week 18 versus Denver. That doesn't really count, in my opinion. So, the Bills are the only ones who beat the Chiefs straight up this year.
Oh, that would be glorious.
Yeah, that game was in Buffalo, though, and the AFC title game will be in Kansas City. So the Chiefs will have some home field advantage and referees advantage, clearly, as we've discussed. This has now become the modern-day Manning versus Brady because if you remember, much like Peyton Manning and the Colts back in the day, having a hard time getting past Tom Brady and the Patriots in the playoffs, the Bills have struggled to get past the Chiefs in the playoffs the past few years as well. This will be the 4th time that Josh Allen and the Bills have played Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs in the postseason. And the previous 3 times they've met in the playoffs, Patrick Mahomes has won all 3 times. Will this year be any different? Josh Allen actually beats Patrick Mahomes a lot in the regular season, just not in the playoffs. Not yet, anyway. So, again, we going to have same old here? Or
I hope not.
I hope not.
Dude, Josh has been playing literally lights fucking out football.
He has.
I hope this. And it's not even because it's Patrick Mahomes. Like at this point, the Bills have been like beating on this door, and I just want to see it happen.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, but going into a hostile environment like this in the most important game to go to the biggest game of the year, we're going to find out if Josh Allen buckles under that pressure as well, like Lamar has maybe potentially done. I don't know, but if you want to call it that, but. Yeah, if Mahomes if Allen can finally get over that hump, it's going to feel like that year Manning finally got over Brady. Because I don't know how many times Brady beat us year after year in the snow in Foxborough, and then he come into Indianapolis, and we finally got one. But it took everything we had just to get to that Super Bowl, and thankfully we won it. So we'll see if the Bills can actually pull off a miracle here and get past the referees and everything against them going into that game on Sunday night. In the NFC divisional round this weekend, though, we said it all last week.
This was a heartbreaker.
This game, the Road Warriors that are the Washington Redskins / Commanders are the only team in this year's playoffs to win on the road, and they've now done it twice. Every other home team has won so far in the playoffs. This game turned into a shootout early with 52 points combined by both teams in the first half alone as the Commanders led 31-21. 76 points combined points overall in the end of this game. The NFC North in the playoffs, though, despite 3 teams from the same division making the playoffs with record seasons that were absolutely outstanding, they all go one and done in the postseason. Every one of these teams had 11 wins or more, but as soon as they reached the playoffs, they look like these goofy dragons right here. Didn't know what they were doing.
This is from.
No, I have no clue.
From Godzilla.
Is it really?
Yeah, I can't remember the name of the dude.
I just know the meme's outstanding, so I liked it. It's just pretty funny.
That sucked, dude. That game was heartbreaking. I was I was upset. I was like, yo, that's shit.
Terrible. The Commanders 31.
When you support Kamala.
Oh wow. Who did that? The Lions?
Eminem.
Oh, Detroit. Oh, that's funny. That's messed up. The Commanders' 31 points in the first half is the most points in any first half of any game this season. Jared Goff threw 3 interceptions, including a pick 6 that really kickstarted the Commanders' momentum, and Detroit couldn't keep up offensively. Jane Daniels looks to have ice in his veins and fully appears to be the real deal heading into his first NFC Championship game and Washington's first in 33 years since 1991. Now, could the Lions' loss potentially be the litany of injuries that the Lions' defense appeared to have, and it reared its ugly head after a season full of issues? They entered the playoffs with 16 players on injured reserve. Imagine if they were healthy on defense.
Brother, they would have
they would have been a completely different game, potentially.
Yeah.
But don't get me wrong, that's not meant to take anything away from the Commanders. Every team has injuries, maybe not to that extent, but still. So yeah, thoughts on the Eagles and the Commanders? Yeah, it was for the Detroit fans for sure. But and not only that, like we've already talked about earlier, they've lost both their coordinators now, offensive and defensive. So where are they going to be next year? They may not be at this record, at this height of play next year at all. This could be it sucks, or they could be right back where they are. Maybe they'll rebound just fine.
Yeah,
but yeah, it's definitely hard to tell. It's
I think Dan Campbell is a big part of that.
He is. So if he can find some good replacements and continue to coach up his guys, maybe they'll be right back. But yeah, especially when you have that bye sometimes plays havoc with you. When you come up against a rookie talent like this at the height of Jaden Daniels right now,
he is playing crazy ball right now.
And we're going to talk a little more about him in just a second. Before we do, the Eagles also defeated the Rams in the divisional round 28-22. Saquon Barkley rushed for over 200 yards in heavy snow, breaking off 2 huge runs, a 62-yard touchdown early on, and a game-clinching 78-yard touchdown run to lead Philly into the NFC Championship game. Jalen Hurts injured his knee a bit in the game after a tackle in which his left leg got pinned up underneath him. He appeared to avoid major injury. He played through it after placing a brace on his knee in the medical tent, but his mobility was clearly affected afterwards. Reports indicate he is expected to play in the NFC Championship game, but does anyone else find it a little bit ironic that his last name is Hurts? And he's been banged up a bit lately. So regardless, though, they move on to the next round, which brings us to the NFC Championship game. Listen to some of these stats here. These two division rivals have split their games this year, both teams winning 1 game each in the regular season in 2024. The Eagles won the first meeting in Philly 26-18 in early November, but the Commanders won the second meeting 36-33 in Washington back around Christmas. This game will take place in Philly. Another road game for the Commanders, but these two teams know each other very well. Interesting to note, though, this is hilarious and interesting to me. No rookie quarterback has ever led their team to the Super Bowl. Ever. Let alone won a Super Bowl. A few came close to reaching the big game in their rookie year, such as Ben Roethlisberger, Joe Flacco, Mark Sanchez. Even Dan Marino finally took his team to the Super Bowl in the second year of his career, but not his rookie year. But all the rookies fell in the conference championship game. But Washington's Jaden Daniels appears to be something special, and if he becomes the first ever rookie to get to the Super Bowl, let alone win it, he'll pass into legendary status early on in his career. Thoughts on this game?
Like I told you, if anybody could do it, it's him. Like he has been, as a rookie, he's already got Rookie of the Year. Like
hands down.
For sure.
If he did before last week, he does now.
Yeah.
And there was a shot of him on the sideline, literally just stone-faced, like nothing was bothering him.
And period. That's the thing.
It was
the same
stone
thing
cold
that happened with Stroud last year. He didn't let any of the big lights get to him. He just went out and did his thing.
Yeah.
And Jaden Daniels has been doing that with a team that you wouldn't assume he could do that with. If he had some younger guys playing like that, Washington, but he's doing that with the guys that he's got. And man, if anybody could beat,
I mean, they did it once around Christmas, about a month ago.
So they beat them. They sure can be done.
I mean, they're division rivals. They know each other very well. So, yeah, this could very well be a very entertaining game. It all depends on Jalen Hurts' injury, I think, a little bit. If it's a Saquon show, it might be a little harder if it's just him and not some of the passing attack, too, or even Jalen's running ability. But, yeah, the Commanders are definitely the road warriors, and they're on the road yet again.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they continue that streak and head in all the way to the Super Bowl. Let's get into some of the comments here. We had Mike saying the Commanders went into Detroit's jungle and tamed the Lions. So here we go. Like I figured would happen, the Eagles soared to win, and hope the Commanders clipped the Eagles' wings.
This guy.
But this guy, apparently I didn't get this one earlier. He sent me a text saying Houston definitely had a problem, like Apollo 13. Houston, we have a problem. You know? So, all right, you might need a new shtick, Brandon or Mike. Sorry, but anyway, it's kind of weird then. Maybe on a couple of these.
I'm gonna fight you. I'm gonna fight you.
So I think the majority of America want the Bills and Commanders Super Bowl now, but we can't ever seem to have nice things. So you just know we're getting the Chiefs and Eagles. You know that's happening. So that's gonna suck if that's the case. But I would love to see those two go at it.
Dude, I'd be pumped if it was fucking.
Yeah. I'd be like, all right, let's order the pizza. Let's have some fun. You know, I don't care who wins at that point. It'll be great because one team hasn't won it in 30 years. The other team hasn't won it ever. So, you know.
I'd be pumped if that was a Super Bowl. Man.
Yeah, that would be outstanding. But you know it's not going to happen. It's not. We're going to get at least one of the other two teams. If that's the case, I know who I'm rooting for at least. Mm-hmm. But if it's both the other two teams, I'll be like,
What time are the games tomorrow? Or Sunday?
So the Commanders and Eagles are at 3, and the Bills and Chiefs are at 6:30.
Okay, good. I can watch the whole thing.
Yeah, there you go. So, yeah, it'll be over by about 9 o'clock, 9:30 or so. So yeah, but yeah. So final thoughts, and who do you think will go to Super Bowl 59?
I would love it to be any iteration that doesn't include the Bills. So whether it's Bills Commanders or Bills Eagles, I'll be fine with.
Yeah, I'd be all right with that, I guess. But I'd rather be Commanders and Redskins and Bills for sure.
That would be good.
Solid as the game.
Mike says could wind up with Washington versus Kansas City, or as I would call it, the Commanders and Chiefs Bowl. That's not.
I love it. It's great.
That's not bad. I don't like the
I got a joke for you.
Uh-oh.
No, not you, Eric. I already told you, and Aaron already told you too. Miranda, you have not heard this joke.
Fuck.
Care to share?
Yeah.
I don't remember. I probably have to.
What country hates or only uses electric cars?
Oh, that's Michael loved this one.
You know what? You asked me this the other day, and I don't remember what the answer was.
Mad at gas car.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
Hey, and that kind of leads us into our politics section when we're going to be talking about some executive orders, which was one of them was, what was it, taking away the EV mandate? So, yeah, that works well. So, yeah. So, that's awesome. Yeah. So, yeah. Any other thoughts on the NFL before we move on?
Go Commanders.
Go sports team.
Go sports team.
Oh, real quick, a former fantasy football player I talked to the other day. Mm-hmm. Has he gotten a hold of you yet, Eric?
Former fantasy football player?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Not that I'm aware of.
As in like the last couple of years. You got to say his name.
I'm not going to say his name.
Yeah, you can tell me later, but yeah, no, I've not heard it from any.
Well, no, he just wants to get together soon. Either he wanted to do one of these games this weekend, but I haven't heard from him again.
Okay.
Well, but maybe for the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I should be around for the Super Bowl, so that should work out fine.
We should do Wings Super Bowl.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Hey, you got to bring the ice cream shit you made that one time.
Oh, the butter pecan thing? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good stuff. That's good eating right there.
Since we've had a party, we need to do a party.
Hey, well, last year we watched Super Bowl, so we don't do that. So, all right, cool. Bet. All right, well, let's move on to the last portion of the show, and that is, of course, the news and politics. So, our favorite. And I'll just say, God bless Miranda. She waits 2.5 hours to 3 hours every week just to talk about these. So, she's tried. Well, she has a long day of work and stuff before this. But yeah, I'm just going to say this too, by the way, off the top. This segment, there's just been so much that's happened this week, and it's still happening currently. So I'm likely going to forget something. So bear with me if I fail to mention something. So it's been such a long but very good week, in my opinion. before we move too far in here, Mike said, "All right, that's my cue to go to bed. You all rightly so sound your victory trumpets. Good night, God bless, and Eric, get better at your work. Suck it up." Yeah. So sorry.
Hey, you're gonna be reaping new rewards soon too, Mike. So you're welcome.
Yeah, you're welcome, buddy. Yeah, we'll let you know once your paycheck's going to jump dramatically. So we'll see what happens. In a week, Donald Trump has done more than Joe Biden has done in 4 years, and perhaps longer. Charlie Sheen said it best: winning. Or hashtag winning, whatever it was. But anyway,
yeah, I've been using hashtag winning a lot today. And a couple weeks ago, I remember when Elon said, "Oh, hashtags are ugly." Well, you know what? Hashtag winning, buddy.
Hashtags are the best way for us to get viewers on the channel on our, posting for these podcasts. So sorry, we're gonna keep using them, buddy, as long as they work. Unless you don't, like shadow ban them or something, which I don't think Elon would. But anyway. But this week did start off a bit rocky though, especially online. Last time on the show we talked about the potential TikTok ban in the United States, and when many people woke up Sunday morning, TikTok had been shut down. But as we discussed, Trump got to work and almost immediately brought it back, even before his inauguration on Monday. He's now signed an executive order that suspends the ban for a few months in order to work the whole issue out. So breathe easy, TikTokers. The app is safe for now. Now, of course, there were many on the left who were trying to claim that Joe Biden brought it back instead of Donald Trump. When not being humiliated on Piers Morgan Uncensored earlier this week, Harry Sisson got communicated for falsely claiming Biden was responsible for TikTok returning. I mean, the welcome back note I just showed you literally says, "Thank you to Donald Trump for bringing TikTok back," but this kid still thought it was Joe Biden. I swear, that kid is such a DNC paid shill with zero free thought. So, yeah, thoughts on Harry Sisson? I mean, did you see his Piers Morgan interview at all?
Yes. I saw
my
the whole
God.
thing, and it was just, I cannot stand him. I have had him blocked on X for months.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot stand him.
I mean, the whole debate about, because Trump declared there was only 2 genders recognized by the federal government in an executive order, male and female. And Harry Sisson was asked what he thinks is how many genders there are. And he said, like Biden says, at least 2.
Mm-hmm.
That's not an answer. That's you trying to say there's 2, but there could be more, but I don't want to say it. It's so stupid. And they went back and forth for probably, it felt like a half hour just screaming at each other, trying to get this kid to stop with the freaking shilling. But anyway, it did not happen. And, but hey.
Just touching on that, most people on that side, they want to go, oh, science is the end all be all that tells all the truth and everything. Science cannot tell you that there are any more than 2 genders. Like when you die, and like if you die randomly in the woods and a couple archaeologists come and they dig up your bones, you will literally be put in 2 genders. Now, the moment the culture gets into archaeology and says, oh, well, we can't gender them anymore because, that's wrong and a disgrace to whoever this person is, then that will be a big problem. But for now, DNA and everything will only put you in 2 genders.
Yeah.
So
and guess what?
Science. That's
guess
science.
What? Yeah, exactly. That's science. So sorry, all you guys follow the science people. There you go. Oh, but not that science. Can't follow that one. Yeah.
And switching your gender, like you're going to be on something for the rest of your life, or having to do something to your body for the rest of your life. Like, why?
I don't get it. I mean, God forbid we accept ourselves for who we are. No doubt about it. Right before leaving office, though, Joe Biden gave preemptive pardons to General Mark Milley, Dr. Anthony Fauci, the entire January 6th Unselect Committee, including Liz Cheney, Adam Kinzinger, Adam Schiff, and Jamie Raskin, and several D.C. police officers who testified in the January 6th committee hearings, despite Joe Biden saying before his administration would not do that. Though he also said he wouldn't pardon his son, Hunter, and we all saw how that went. Here's a video of Joe Biden saying he would never do preemptive pardons.
President Trump is reportedly considering a wave of preemptive pardons. Does this concern you? All these preemptive pardons?
Well, it concerns me in terms of what kind of precedent it sets and how the rest of the world looks at us as a nation of laws and justice. You're not going to see in our administration that kind of approach to pardons, nor are you going to see in our administration the approach to making policy by tweets It's just going to be a totally different way in which we approach the justice system.
Oh yeah, okay, that's
it
great.
definitely was.
Yeah, that's for sure. Some believe that pardoning people in general is an automatic admission of guilt, and while in these cases I fully believe that to be true, there are some circumstances where I personally don't believe that, because the reason being, on this day, Trump also pardoned January 6ers, and some of, if not most of them, were completely innocent, but were thrown in the gulag simply for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Not to mention, Donald Trump himself pardoned people when he left office in his first term after they were wrongly convicted, which is how most pardons work from a president, once they've already been convicted or imprisoned. But even Joe Biden himself believes that a pardon means you're guilty, which is why he didn't pardon himself. Here he is saying that.
Also, sir, on pardons, have you ruled out a pardon for yourself or any other additional members of the family?
For myself?
Yes, sir.
What would I pardon myself for?
That's what I'm asking.
No, I have no contemplation of pardoning myself for anything. I didn't do anything wrong.
Mr. President, would you...
So by saying he didn't do anything wrong, so he shouldn't need a pardon. So is he admitting that the ones who he gave pardons to did something wrong? That's exactly what he's saying. And Miranda mentioned that last week, to her credit. So yeah, I mean, so if they're all innocent, why'd they need a pardon, Joe? Democrats thought it was an abuse of power when Trump was only contemplating using preemptive pardons during his first time. Remember, Trump did not use preemptive pardons. He didn't. And Democrats went on a tirade, gaslighting Americans into believing how horrible that'd be for the country. Here's a montage of Democrats claiming if Donald Trump had used pardons, it'd be terrible.
Have you ever heard of somebody getting a preemptive pardon who was innocent of all crime? Who's just an innocent person? Have you ever heard of that? Just somebody getting a blanket pardon and they're an innocent person?
But no, it's the president's own family. It's people that have been covering up for the president in addition to his own.
This guy just took a pardon, by the way.
Is there an innocent explanation for someone to seek preemptive pardons for family members? Would you do that if you knew you were innocent and just worried about outside forces?
The answer to that is going to be no. If you haven't done anything wrong, you sit there and go, what do you need a preemptive pardon for?
If he pardons people preemptively, he's essentially telling the public that these people have committed crimes. And we may not be aware of what they are, but the pardon is clear evidence that crimes have been committed.
I imagine if he decides to issue these preemptive pardons, it will be cast in a way that he is protecting his family and protecting their reputations from, villainous exterior forces that are against him.
First off, we should just take a deep breath and acknowledge the audacity of a president who's so clearly concerned about his own criminal culpability and that of his family members that pardons are a major obsession with him.
The idea of a kind of prospective pardon, this sort of permanent federal get out of jail free card, that seems to be what we're talking about in the case of this, right? With Giuliani and his 3 eldest children who, as far as we know, have not been convicted of a crime. Maybe they've committed a lot and they don't want to face action. I don't know. It's weird. I wouldn't ask for a pardon. I don't think I deserve one because I don't think I've done anything criminal. But where does that come from? That concept that you can just kind of wave your magic pardon wand.
We have Tish James. We have Xavier Becerra. Mimi Rocha is literally my DA in my town. There will be opportunities to prosecute these people regardless if they abuse the pardon power as they are thinking.
So, all right, so you get the picture. But yeah, that's whole 3 minutes worth of montage. There was about another minute there I cut off. But yeah, Democrats basically saying that if you use a preemptive pardon, you're terrible for the country. You're a horrible president. Why would you do that unless they're guilty? And remember, again, Donald Trump did not use preemptive pardons. He didn't even pardon his family. The closest he got was Charles Kushner. That's like distant relation. Okay, not anybody in his immediate his kids that all these clips are discussing that he was going to maybe do. Trump didn't even do. So a lot of this is probably just the mainstream media spouting bullcrap to fearmonger and try to tell you Trump's a bad president. He probably wasn't even going to do it.
No.
And he didn't.
Do you sorry.
You're fine.
Hey, shh. Do you think that this was kind of like a gotcha moment that Trump said that just to see what the news media would do, but then not actually do it. Just so
maybe
he could use it later.
I mean, it wouldn't be surprising to me.
Not use the pardons, but just use what the news media says.
Yeah, like put out there, I might use a preemptive pardon. Go have fun with that. And then they do. And then, so yeah, it's very I mean, Trump has been known to troll a bit, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that may have been the case.
He got them to tell you exactly why they shouldn't be done.
Exactly.
So
yeah, I mean, it's let's see if I can pull this up.
One of the ladies, she said that, if you're not being convicted of anything, you shouldn't be pardoned. And that's what Biden did. He pardoned people that weren't on trial for anything. They weren't in prison. So I don't know. That to me says that they had something to hide. And so that's why they were pardoned.
But there is a fun fact in all this. Anybody who received a pardon cannot plead the fifth if they're asked questions under oath.
Yep.
So.
And they can still be prosecuted at a state level if that were to happen. But federally, no. But yeah, so if they pull in Liz Cheney and they ask her questions, she cannot plead the fifth and not answer. She has to answer because she can't be prosecuted for it.
Yeah.
So that can be used to gather information at least. So we'll see if that ends up happening. But I guess it's completely okay, though, now if a Democrat preemptively pardons somebody, though. Again, it's different when you've got a D in front of your name, for sure. All of these people who received pardons from Biden are on record saying they believe accepting a pardon is an admission of guilt. No one forced them to accept it. So if you're innocent, you could actually turn the pardon down. But guess what? They all had no problem accepting their pardons. So Biden and Democrats claim it's to guard against, Donald Trump seeking revenge or retribution, and that this should not be taken as an admission of guilt. That's not what they were saying 4 years ago when Trump was thinking about doing it. But now they say that.
Adam Schiff is, I cannot stand him. Trump said today something about him not looking real good, like somebody beat him up.
Yeah, he had like a bruise. He even said in a video, "It's like, don't worry, I think I hit my head." But
oh wow, I didn't see that.
Oh yeah, it's out there. Check it out. But so for Democrats saying it's to guard against retribution or revenge, no, they're doing it to guard against justice.
Yeah,
that's what they're doing. So don't spin it. They're going to try and say it's not got anything to say it's guilty, but yeah, it absolutely does. But the January 6th committee, the partisan Select Committee, they try to say it's bipartisan. It was not. Nancy Pelosi put this together with Democrats and Rhino Republicans like Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger on it. They hid footage and destroyed evidence that exonerated Trump and conspired with key witnesses via emails and text messages to construct false narratives in yet another dog and pony show. And to cover this up, Joe Biden took care of them. They have the text messages now between Liz Cheney and Cassidy Hutchinson, who said that Donald Trump tried to grab the will of the beast and fight Secret Service members and things like that. Jamie Raskin is a creep who's been saying we need to use the 14th Amendment to say Trump can't be put in office due to the insurrection clause. Adam Schiff is a total jerkbag. Kinzinger and Liz Cheney, they're Democrats. They're not even real Republicans. They've been kicked out of their own party. But Nancy Pelosi wouldn't allow like Jim Jordan or any other real Republican to be on this committee because she knew that if she did, they would actually look into the truth and not go along with this BS narrative they put out on national television. That's what happened. And Joe Biden just said, oh, by the way, you don't have to live up to that crime anymore. Not to mention the D.C. police officers who came in and testified and lied. He pardoned them too. Also, Joe Biden gave a preemptive pardon to Anthony Fauci, as I mentioned. It proves that everything the right was saying about him doing gain-of-function research and likely being what caused COVID to begin with was absolutely true. Not one of us regrets taking the COVID-19 vaccine shot if we didn't take it. Yeah, not taking it. Yeah, no one, not a single one regrets not taking it. Yeah. Not to mention his hands in the development of the vaccine that has hurt and killed way too many people. A vaccine so safe and effective that the main guy who pushed it needed a pardon. Why?
And the fact that like a lot of people who got the shots got COVID several times.
Yeah, there's literally, and they like to say, oh, when they got COVID and, I didn't have a whole lot of symptoms. Thank God I've been vaxxed and boosted. It like lessened the symptoms. But here's the thing. Those of us who weren't vaxxed and boosted, we didn't get many symptoms with COVID either. So there's no proof that it lessened your symptoms.
Yep.
So
And
when they
then the
say that
side
crap,
effects of it.
yeah. And now you got people dropping dead. Myocarditis. We listened to side effects like last week, the week before, the long list that Pfizer eventually come out and said, oh, yeah, by the way, this could cause all this.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, come on, guys. This is why he needed a pardon. But good luck to Anthony Fauci, though. Donald Trump has officially revoked his full-time security detail, but he can't afford his own security if he wants to with all the vaccine money he likely made for pushing it on everyone. So don't fret for him. He'll be just fine. If you guys didn't mind it when, Joe Biden didn't give Donald Trump Secret Service detail, you can handle it when Fauci don't have it too. Sorry about you. General Mark Milley also received a preemptive pardon. The same man who said he would tell China ahead of time if the United States was planning to attack them and had secret calls with China behind Trump's back. Where I come from, that's called treason. But, Joe Biden decides to pardon him. So, again, does any of this sound like they should have been pardoned? Not to mention at the last second, literally minutes before Donald Trump was inaugurated, Joe Biden pardoned further family members after he already pardoned his son Hunter, including his brothers James and Francis Biden, their spouses, and other family members, all of which we have discussed here before on this podcast have been getting money from Biden's foreign influence. So the whole, 10% for the big guy and all these different dealings they've been dealing with over in Ukraine and stuff, we now know that that's 100% true. Am I off the mark here at all? Or am I nailing it?
You're nailing it.
So Biden's last act in office was putting his entire family above the law and proving conspiracy theorists were right all along yet again, and that these people are all guilty. I just hate this because it always feels like no one will ever be held accountable on this side of the grass. I mean, that's why I have to believe in a sovereign, justice, loving and God, because otherwise there's no rhyme or reason to it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I have to believe that these people will eventually get what's coming to them, because apparently it ain't gonna be over here. Yeah. So hopefully. Yeah. So any thoughts on these pardons as I set up the next thing, or yeah?
I also, so Trump said he is going to set up an investigative committee for the 2020 election.
Good.
If Joe Biden wasn't really president, these pardons go away. I do believe
that'd be great.
If he gets, if they find out that he really cheated, they will go away.
Well, and there's actually a little bit of rumor. Again, this is rumor. I don't know how true this is, so take it with a grain of salt. That Vladimir Putin wants to extradite Anthony Fauci to Russia to charge him for his crimes against humanity, as he's calling it. Because if he was involved with the creation of the COVID virus or the vaccine that's killing millions of people, it is a crime against humanity. Now, part of that, I think Putin's mentioned he wants that to be a part of the peace talks with Ukraine, that he would agree to peace if he's allowed to be handed over to Russia to be charged with all these crimes. But I have a hard time believing that, regardless of who Anthony Fauci is and maybe what he's potentially done, that Donald Trump would give over any United States citizen over to Russia. So I don't think that's going to happen. And it could all very well just be rumor at this point. But it's interesting to note that that might be a thing. So think of that what you will. So, yeah.
So real quick, do you follow Catherine Hedridge? I think is her last name. She's a reporter. She's reporting down at Gitmo right now. She's
sounds familiar.
She was fired for speaking out about COVID, I believe. Anyway, COVID. Gitmo is like, there's what? Brandon, you were listening to it with me the other day. 15 prisoners down there right now. Total. But they're spending millions to keep it open for trials and stuff. So I do believe that these people are going to be on trial, most likely in Gitmo soon.
Well, that would be good. I mean, I don't know how and all that, but yeah, it just sucks because, like I said, I just want to see I want to see justice. A lot of people say, "Oh, they didn't do anything wrong." Yeah, they have. You don't have to believe me. I mean, we've talked about it ad nauseum many times and shown you the references and things like that. So go back and look at some of our old podcasts. But yeah, they've all been guilty. I mean, no doubt about it. And I just gave you the cliff notes here. So yeah.
And
This week,
they're not guilty of just their own crimes. They're guilty of being in it together.
Yeah. It's all, I mean,
working together, making their plan work.
Especially,
it's not like it's just come overnight. It's been in the works for years. For them,
I mean, especially the COVID stuff and the January 6th partisan unselect committee, because I mean, the General Mark Milley, I don't know, he's probably done some other stuff too, but besides the treason thing, that's what I found, this week. But yeah, I mean, it's just like, but that other stuff was clearly had a larger agenda at play. I mean, it's just disgusting. But yeah. But this week started to turn around, though. It has been a historical one. Many images come out this week of the inauguration that could live on for a long time, of course, with Donald Trump's second term beginning here in the White House. Obviously, we had the YMCA. We had the Village People playing with Donald Trump at his rally, his celebration rally on Sunday before the inauguration, which a lot of people, I heard one person at work saying, I think that's kind of ironic, the way he feels about gay people. And he had, that song.
It's not even about Brandon.
I know.
Go on your spiel.
Do it. Say
Listen,
Do it.
It was the song wasn't even about gay people.
I know.
The guy who made the song, who is actually gay, said it himself. He said doesn't know why it became some gay national anthem. And if you actually listen to the words, it's literally a song about a bunch of people who have nothing in common, but it's a place they can all be, to be one, to be with. It's all it was.
Which is why they all dress differently.
Big clubhouse.
Yeah. Well, not only that, let's just assume for a moment it is about gay, right? The guy at work I heard say this, and I won't say who it is, but at the same time, if you want to know later, I might tell you, but I won't say it online. But who said it, made it sound like, oh, it's because he's against gays and that's ironic. But actually having them play at his rally, wouldn't that mean he's for gays?
He's officiated 2 gay weddings.
This whole narrative that he's against that crowd is insane. It just is.
He's actually, what he's against? He's against the mentally insane, transgender, pushing on children people.
Yes. Live your life. He ran originally being a pro LGBTQ president, but it's when you start to push it on people who don't want it to be pushed upon, like children in school. Forcefully.
And the only other thing that you guys do that we don't is you have sex with the same fucking sex, gender.
Bonus holes.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Anyway, that's a whole
why
other.
Why can't we all just get along?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Trump is trying to use common sense. I don't personally agree with the lifestyle, but if you don't teach it to, like, if I were to have kids or something, or try to force it upon me or hit on me, you do you, boo boo. I don't care what you do, and I won't show you any less any less respect. I will treat you with respect as long as you treat me with respect. But when you start crossing that line, that's when we have an issue with it. And that's what Trump's saying.
And then when you want to turn pedophiles into minor attracted people.
Yeah, make it normal so it's okay to be a pedophile. No, that's a line that you've crossed. That's not another, sexuality. That's not the way this works. That's evil is what that is. More evil to come. Not from Trump, but some of the other people he's got to deal with this week. But anyway, Donald Trump and J.D. Vance were finally sworn in this past Monday on Martin Luther King Jr. Day. It was beautiful to see actual adults with common sense take control once again. Absolutely. I had no problem with this. Some good photos here, no doubt about it. But Donald Trump's inaugural address, President Trump listed his priorities for a second term and criticized Joe Biden as he and Kamala Harris sat nearby right behind him as Donald Trump declared that America's decline is over. Trump's speech trashed Biden and Harris's entire administration right in front of them, and they had to sit there and take it. It was outstanding, if you ask me. And you can tell in this photo, Joe just is like looking at the floor going, what's happening?
I listened to part of it and I was just like, wow. The cojones,
the shade.
He just doesn't care. I mean, we knew he was that kind of guy. Like, he doesn't care about your feelings. If you're spouting bull crap and then causing the country harm, he's gonna point it out.
Yeah,
I want that to be a common thing. Like, if you're being stupid, get called out for it.
Yeah.
Did you guys get to listen to his World Economic Forum speech?
Yeah, we're going to talk about it in just a second.
Okay,
so yeah,
good.
But no, he had an interview with Sean Hannity earlier this week, like on Wednesday and Thursday. I think they played clips of it, And there was one time he even said, he's like, I don't want to do this. He's like, but I have to do this. It's like, because it's gotten so bad, I'm the only one who can do it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, no one else is going to, because he knows that he's not going to take this BS. And he's going to push back on it if it is BS.
Yeah.
And I'm glad and that's what we voted him in for, because he is the one person who has the huevos to actually stand in between us and these globalist morons. Yep. So, and we're going to talk about the WEF in just a second. Yeah. But yeah, go ahead.
He is the Batman of presidents. He's not the president we wanted, but he's the president that we need.
Exactly. Yeah, he's not the hero we need right now. Or he is the hero we need. He's not the hero we wanted. Yeah, so, yeah, good callback there. Absolutely. You quoted it better than I did. But all these historical moments and important moments happening all around us during this inauguration, but our media, CBS in particular here, is more concerned that in their view, there wasn't enough people of color at Trump's inauguration.
You guys, I have to say, I'm looking at this crowd. I do not see many people of color. Does anybody else besides me observe that? I'm fascinated by why that is.
On Martin Luther King Jr. Day, the most notable and one of the most high-ranking is Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, first black woman
most notable, my ass.
Court, notably appointed by Joe Biden as he wanted to follow in the footsteps of Jimmy Carter and appointing a number of women and black women to the federal judgeships.
General Brown, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
So Ketanji Brown Jackson, most notable, the woman who couldn't understand and couldn't define what a woman was during her confirmation hearings, right?
Oh, I hate
that one.
People.
That one, that DEI hire that was not based on merit whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so CBS was flipping out about this, thinking they got a gotcha. Oh, it's Martin Luther King Jr. Day, but there's no diversity here. There's no black people, no women or anything like that. But forget the fact. Oh, go ahead.
Martin Luther King Day.
Yeah, maybe they're out doing that. Yeah, maybe
I don't know if there is something. I don't know if they have like a big celebration or something that goes on. I don't know, but I'm just saying maybe they're out doing that. Maybe they're watching a movie that tells the history of his life. I don't know.
You would think they'd be at their inauguration, but I see your joke. Yeah, I got you.
Why is it racist that certain people just don't show up at a party?
Well, not only that, why is it racist to hire based on someone who could do the job the best, regardless of what your skin color is? Which is the irony here. Forget the fact that the new administration is full of diversity, by the way. People of color. Marco Rubio is Cuban. Elon Musk is from South Africa. Kash Patel is Indian. Tulsi Gabbard is part Samoan. And not to mention all the women that Donald Trump has on his cabinet in general. I mean, the left is definitely grasping at straws here. All these appointments are just qualified as well, unlike Democrat administrations who only hire based on skin color or what gender you are. And the irony of saying this, trying to make it a gotcha on Martin Luther King Jr. Day, but the leftist media is more concerned about how many people are in the room based solely on their skin color and not based upon the content of the character, which is the whole point of Martin Luther King Jr. to begin with.
Thank you.
But the left thinks they're the ones who aren't racist.
Thank you very much. That's exactly what he meant.
Yeah. The right are the ones actually living by Martin Luther King Jr. standards, not the left. The right are.
He doesn't want his children to be judged harshly because of their skin color, but he also doesn't want them to be brought up onto a pedestal because of their skin color.
Yeah.
I don't think he'd want it either one of those directions. He'd want them to be treated fairly, just like everybody else.
Everybody else.
Yeah. But somehow CBS thinks it's a gotcha. Oh, there's not enough people of color. Well, if they're not qualified to be in the room, maybe they shouldn't be in the room based on the content of their character. Jeez, man. I swear these people, if you think about it for more than 5 seconds of what the media is actually telling you, maybe you could actually get to the little bit deeper level of it. I mean, but...
And fun fact, most people of color that are on the caliber, I guess, of being in that room, as far as I understand it, they're on the other side and they didn't support Trump at all.
Yeah. I mean, there's all sorts of, as much as Trump's got a diverse administration too, that are qualified, the ones on Biden's administration, clearly over the last 4 years, all they've been doing is screwing everything up. But, just because they check a certain box, that's why we hired them. Mayor Booty Juice comes to mind. But anyway.
He had a special thanks to the Black community and to the Hispanic community in his inaugurational speech.
Yeah.
Saying, thank you for your trust in me and everything. And it's like, that's who he's talking to. He's talking to the normal people, the working class, the everyday people, not pandering to these upper people that want things to be a certain way.
Yeah. But, you know, I mean, the left loves to not show that part of his speech at all. But they also were not showing other parts of things. Speaking of grasping at straws as well, it wasn't even a day after he got inaugurated, and we already got our first hoax of the Trump second term. The media were absolutely flipping out about Elon Musk making a gesture that they think is a Nazi salute, conveniently leaving out what he said when they re-showed the clip. Let's watch CNN and their brilliant reporting.
I just want to look at that salute that he gave again, just if anybody missed it. We'll just show it again. He's just wrapped up here. You can hear the. All right, so we just showed.
You see how they didn't show the rest of the clip?
That we just showed that.
Right. It's worth salute. It was quick. I think our viewers are smart and they can take.
No, they're not.
But it certainly
they're smart. They turn the TV off.
You typically see at American political rallies.
Yep. No, it was not something that you usually would see, and it was quick, as you point out. It was very quick, but it was in a moment of intensity for him as he came out dancing, and then he did that.
So there's what CNN reported. Now, this has been spliced to show you what he actually said. Here's what Elon Musk said and gestured in context with what he said.
He is a hero here.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you. My heart goes out to you. It is thanks to you that the future of civilization is assured.
He even put his hand over his, it was a little higher than his heart, but he put it up higher, right where he started before, and said, my heart goes out to you. That's what he was doing. This was not a Nazi salute, a Sieg Heil or a Hail Hitler. It was not any of those things. But like the left always does. Oh yeah, she's losing her mind.
Okay. Yeah,
I don't have it, but yeah, she was losing her freaking mind over this. It's like these idiots, they know better. They don't care. They're just lying to you about this. Like the whole Trump bloodbath hoax, the suckers and loser hoax. Everything that they tell you on the left is this bullshit where they know they're lying to you, taking things out of context and making you believe that these people are Nazis or a dictator. It's garbage.
Wish Trump could sign an executive order that would make their pants catch on fire when they lied.
Oh, that'd be hilarious. That'd be a lot of brother.
Oh
talk about needing a bunch of new wardrobes.
You could not get away with lying to nobody.
No.
Hey,
that entire city would be on fire.
All I gotta say is don't nobody ask me no personal questions. How I really feel about you, nothing. Because I'll be a dead son bitch.
Maybe that's what happened to California.
Oh well.
A lot of liars.
Yeah. But by the way, we can play that game too, liberals. But I guess these images were okay. Nobody had a problem with these. No one flipped out when this happened because the right aren't, desperate for attention or desperate to lie. But, these, I guess, Obama, Hillary Clinton, Elizabeth Warren, and Kamala Harris, they're all Nazis too, eh?
Mm-hmm.
This is literally the CNN that we currently have. I love, by the way, can I just get a shout out to this meme? Gotta love a good Simpsons meme.
Yeah.
No doubt. They're completely blind when it's the Democrats, but when Elon Musk does it, they're on it like a, freaking telescope for sure. But I love it. But CNN is so bad and such a joke nowadays that congressmen like Tim Burchett is now calling it out straight to their faces. And in this particular case, Jim Acosta, who's a horrible moron and an idiot, by the way, nothing but a Democrat shill. When I guess Jim Acosta tries to tell Burchett that he can't get away with lying over here. This is CNN. We're the real news. Listen to what Burchett has to tell him here. This is hilarious.
Is covered on CNN. What you're saying, this is not Fox, Congressman. You can't just spin a tail and pull the wool over people's eyes. Yeah. This is CNN. This is the news. We're asking you to come on and tell the truth.
And that's why more people are watching the Cartoon Network SpongeBob reruns right now, Jim.
More people are watching and he's not wrong. CNN's ratings are so bad. I bet the reruns of SpongeBob are actually getting higher ratings.
That's crazy work.
So yeah, Thoughts on this while I set up the next thing?
It is what it is. Like it's always this is. What's the old saying? You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink.
Mm-hmm.
This is the same shit. Like if you can't see it for what it is, then I don't know what to tell you.
But you got to remember how we got here. George Soros owns the media.
Mm-hmm.
So they get their 4 a.m. talking points and they get to talk about what he lets them talk about. They're all under contract. They can't really tell you what's going on or they'll lose their jobs.
No, shitty that has to see.
You know, though, if I was me in that position, I have a conscience.
I wouldn't be able to do it. Yeah, I couldn't do it.
I would quit because I like to think that I have a soul that's important. You know, like maybe it's of value to an almighty being. But these people, they don't give a crap about that. You know? You would think.
And like I've even felt that way about Tucker Carlson and that over the years. Like he knew or he knows so much more than what he was allowed to talk about on Fox News. But it's important stuff that we should know. He talks about it now on his own. But how do you clear your conscience knowing this stuff is happening and you can't talk about it?
I think Tucker's doing just that now. He's trying to clear his conscience. Well, clear his conscience and also get the word out. And you can also see it while watching somebody like Sean Hannity, who I used to respect a lot more. And I know Trump's given a lot of, but Sean Hannity, you can clearly tell, especially a lot more lately, that he's even like either not saying things he wants to say or is just not wanting to say those things. You know, things. I don't know if it's a Fox thing or what it is, but this is why Fox, you can't trust them either. You can't. I mean, I'm saying it about the media in general. You know, Fox is more reliable. I like the 5 because it's just mostly 5 people giving their opinions. Or, you know, sometimes, I mean, Hannity's okay, or Gutfeld I really like on the 5 too. But at the same time, most of the Fox News is just as bad.
Yeah.
It just is. And that's why Tucker, even though he got fired, right?
Yeah.
But Tucker now is being watched by way more people, and he's actually been able to say things he wasn't allowed to say. So it's worked out pretty well for Tucker. So good for him. So yeah, I mean, but Donald Trump quickly got to work this week. You know, on his first day in office, he had a long first day. His first day included 42 executive orders, memoranda, and proclamations, 115 personnel actions, and over 200 executive actions, and 60 minutes of press Q&A on top of 3 speeches he made that day. The dude is a machine.
Yeah, I'd like to know how he does it because I mean, I got up pretty early this morning, but I couldn't have done all that today.
It makes me, when I, complain about, I got to edit videos or I got to put stuff out, it makes me go, what are you complaining about? You got a relatively easy gig at work, Yeah, we all complain about it. It's sometimes not, our favorite thing to do or to do, but it's not too bad. This guy's traveling across country, multiple speeches, 2 a.m. in the morning speeches during his rallies. The dude is, I mean, I can't.
And he doesn't sleep on the plane.
Yeah, he sleeps like 5 hours a day, tops. Yeah. And somehow has the energy to do this from 8 a.m. to 3 in the morning. It's like, it's insane to me. But he began. No, I can't. He began the week.
Different.
Yeah, definitely built from a different cloth.
Even you got to think of it even mentally.
Yeah. I get brain fog. Well, I don't know if it's brain fog, but it's like you get like cluster brained, I guess is a good word for like if you don't sleep enough. Sometimes it's like I just got to sleep, or otherwise it's going to drive me crazy. I don't see how he does it. So yeah, especially, and he's what?
And then
74?
when he's not working, he's playing golf when he's not working.
Yeah, why?
And he's got a better golf swing than I do.
Yeah,
that's for damn sure. That's for damn sure.
Hey, don't hate. But anyway, Trump began the week signing executive orders at a record pace, and he's been signing them all week long, as far as I know. And he's still signing things probably right now, as a matter of fact.
Probably got writer's cramp.
Yeah, I mean, look at all these
in his sleep.
Yeah, probably. Just
time out.
Well, hold on. Before you do, I want to shout out Melania. Like,
yeah,
that girl, her heels that she wore for the inauguration were like 6-inch spikes. Oh my God.
She wore them all day long. And even Trump mentioned it in one of his speeches later on, talking about how her feet were hurting her, but they had to go to another thing, and she came and went. Well, she wanted to see the people that voted for him. It was more of a speech that wasn't in front of other politicians. It was in front of voters. So she toughed it through and went through it and did it because she cares, just like Donald does.
She went with them today. She looked amazing today in what she was
Yeah,
wearing.
we're going to show some of those pictures too. But now, go ahead.
She got.
I think they wait for him to turn the mic on now. I literally think they do.
She got so much crap because right after Michelle Obama had a big push about health food or healthy foods in the schools, and she tried to do the same thing when she was president. She got crapped on by the media.
Oh yeah.
Basically saying that, she was just riding, Obama's coattails and all that stuff. And it's like, isn't that the first lady's job is to promote health and wellness for children?
And even if she was picking up where Michelle left off, isn't that a good thing to continue what the previous one did? If you liked it when she did it, what's wrong with Melania doing it? Because it's Melania Trump. It doesn't matter. All this is the point. The whole point of our podcast, basically, in this segment, is to show you that these people are so hypocritical. It doesn't matter if what Donald Trump or Melania or anybody on the Republican ticket does is good. They don't care. They want to paint it as evil. That's all there is to it.
At this point, in 4 years, if they were to win an election, God help us, they would tear up the roads that Trump is having built in North Carolina right now.
Probably.
Just because
he did it.
Because he did it, yeah.
Look at what they were going to do with the border wall. They were trying to sell it for $5 a fucking panel.
Hell, they were reversing Trump executive orders on Biden's first day in office. Now, granted, you could say Trump's doing that to Biden right now, but Trump is doing it with Biden because they're bad policy. Biden was doing it to Trump simply because Trump did it. Simply, even regardless whether it was good or not. That's the difference here. But in regards to,
I've got one question for you guys real quick. Does anybody have an account at Bank of America?
No, I heard something about it. I can't remember what it was.
Yeah,
but
they're liars. They're a bunch of fucking liars. They're saying that they never closed conservative accounts when they did.
That's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds like Canada. That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah. But now I'm going to read some of these off. Now, if I come to one you want me to stop on, let me know. But I'm just going to go over a few of the executive orders that Trump did his first day. Now I'm going to have to switch this again. We're going to have to figure out a better way to do this because it's slowing me down. But anyway, because I got to switch over to Facebook. Either that or I got to quit going to Facebook. That could be a good thing. All right. So this is the executive orders that Donald Trump gave out on the first day. So like I said, if you get to one that you want to talk about, stop me and I'll stop and we'll talk about it. But anyway, the first pardon he signed, or the first executive order he signed, was pardons for the 1,500 January 6th defendants. Now everybody's talking about how, well, he's pardoning all these criminals. These, here's the thing. They did not go through the normal, conviction process. Number one, they were just thrown into gulag without fair trial. Number one. Number two, a lot of these people were completely innocent for being at the wrong place at the wrong time, who were just on the grounds. And number three, the ones who were violent, there were a lot of these that were pardoned. There were some what is it called? The sentences were commuted. You know what it's called? So they weren't actually let go. So there's a difference there. So you got to understand that when you're criticizing this. But he also had an order declaring that henceforth, birthright citizenship is limited to the children of lawful permanent residents of the United States, not illegal immigrants, tourists, or those here on temporary work visas. There's a lot of people on the left right now saying that's unconstitutional. Hate to say it, the Constitution doesn't apply to illegals.
I heard a very good analogy earlier.
Yeah, from a chick on TikTok.
Go ahead.
Where she compared it to, if somebody come in your house, 9 months pregnant, had a kid right on your floor, right now, that means I own your house or part of your house.
Really?
Yeah.
That's what birthright citizenship is.
That's what birthright citizenship is.
I thought it just meant that.
No, it's not the house thing. That's the analogy.
Yeah,
okay. I was gonna say, wait, what? Okay, yeah, the baby, yes, yeah. So now they can say I'm legal too, or whatever. Yeah.
Yep.
And I guess a bunch of Chinese women were doing it.
Yeah. And no, that's not how it works. It's just not. It's completely constitutional to say that they're not citizens, because they're not. I mean, that doesn't make you a citizen. An order pulling America out of the Paris Climate Accord. Yeah, great. Climate change is a hoax. Sorry. We've talked about that here. We talked about it last week here on the channel. So there, yeah. An order pulling the U.S. out of the World Health Organization. Well, we saw during COVID how great that was. A temporary freeze on all non-military, non-national security federal hiring. So yeah, freeze on federal hiring until they were able to get their ducks in a row and figure out what needs to be changed. I mean, makes sense. Temporary freeze on creating new federal regulations. So yeah, no, we're cutting regulations. Why would we create new ones right now until we figure out what ones need to go? In order to rename the Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America, again, hilarious. Mount McKinley being named Mount McKinley again, removing the name of Denali. In order to delay in the TikTok ban for 75 days. So there you go. For at least 75 days, TikTok's cool until they can figure out that whole thing. In order declaring an emergency on the southern border and designating Mexico or Mexican drug cartels as terrorist groups. Yeah. It's an invasion. And we're going to show you a clip here in a minute how we've literally got our U.S. military on the border for the first time that I can remember, which is interesting to see as well. In order immediately repealing 78 existing Biden orders. One of those orders revives a ban on transgender troops in the military. Another ends Biden's restrictions on oil drilling in certain areas. So you remember how Biden a couple weeks ago said you can't drill offshore in certain these locations? Trump just said, nope, we can. And I guess the transgender, transgender, I'm sorry, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news here or be the, one to break this to you, but transgender, you're confused. Yeah. I'm sorry. And you don't want someone who can't figure out who they are as a person making, big time decisions while you're on the battlefield in the military. That's just dangerous and reckless. Sorry.
I can't really cite my source, but I remember somebody talking about this. Hold on. Shh. This issue, and the main concern was, hey.
No.
Aaron's like, I think they know when he turns the mic on, and they're trying to get on camera. But anyway, you can get back on. Let us know, brother. Ordering all federal employees. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so the main issue is that if they need to be on hormone replacement or addeds or something like that.
Yeah.
Hey. That the military would have to pay for that. So that would be extra. Hey.
Yeah, I think they
adding to the military, basically taking funding away from the military for other things.
Yeah, and I think that was part of the deal, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah. Ordering all federal employees to return to the workplace in person. Yeah, COVID's over, guys. It's been over for a while. Get back to work. In order to eliminate all federal government diversity programs, including eliminating all federal DEI jobs. Yeah, because, let's hire based on merit and let's see who can do the right job, because otherwise the country goes to crap. The order also mandates a review of all federal grants that went to DEI or environmental justice programs, and orders a review of federal contractors who have provided DEI training manuals to federal. Yeah. Oh,
that story I told you earlier, Eric, I don't want to mention it at the moment, but they have been awarded 2 military contracts last year. So it may affect them in the future.
Okay. Well, the way I look at it, less DEI, the better, all the way around.
Yeah.
Simple.
Yeah.
We've discussed that ad nauseum. A new order reclassifying members of the Federal Civic Service so they are easier to fire and replace, especially if they hinder or sabotage the administration's planned agenda. An order to review all potential political weaponization and misconduct within the DOJ, SEC, FTC, and the intelligence agencies over the past 4 years. By the way, those of you who say that Donald Trump is going to go after his political opponents and weaponize the Justice Department, this kind of takes care of that. I mean, does it not?
Mm-hmm.
So declaring the federal government only recognizes 2 sex, again, science. Ordering the Bureau of Prisons to cease providing any funding or support for inmate sex changes or transgender therapy. So yeah, why are we paying for it?
Mm-hmm.
Order to end all censorship to protected speech by the federal government, including under the guise of fighting misinformation. Misinformation is always going to be a thing, guys. Figure it out. That does not give you the right to take away everybody's free speech. It doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
We got along just fine without fact checks and community notes for hundreds of years. We could do it now.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Revoking security clearances for John Bolton and everybody to sign the Hunter Biden. Oh, who signed off on the Hunter Biden laptop, the 51 intelligence agents. Yeah, because they lied.
Mm-hmm.
We clearly know it's true. It's been used as evidence against Hunter Biden. Ordering the administration to make recommendations for beautifying federal architecture.
That is awesome.
I don't see anything wrong with that.
One.
Yep.
Ordering a 90-day pause of U.S. foreign assistance funding so it can be adjusted to match new U.S. political goals. So yeah, that's just day 1.
I told Brandon, maybe you guys want to try to go. I want to try to go to DC this year, like this summer.
It depends if I have the money. I'd love to go.
Yeah.
Because I've been there before. It was like
fun.
30 years, well, 25 years ago. Well, I'm sure it's
That's
changed,
about
but
how long it's been for mine.
but even with, I mean, it would be definitely better to go in there with the current administration because obviously, even if it was under a bad administration, there's still a lot of great things to see. Just the history of it.
Yeah, I wouldn't have wanted to go then. But
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I really don't. Let's see if I can pull up some of these others here right quick. Give me a hot second. That thing giving us the echo. I wonder if that's got to do with the bookmarks because it wasn't giving us that before. It's kind of weird. But anyway, I'm working through it, so it just takes a little longer on the live stream. Okay, so on day, oh no, I lost it. Oh, okay, I had it. No. I got it. Oh no. Okay, on day 2, he restored merit-based hiring at the FAA, ending an insane Obama-era push to put travelers' lives in the hands of incompetents hired for diversity reasons. He ordered the closure of all federal DEI offices with existing employees placed on indefinite leave and special orders to prevent them from being protected through reclassification or deceptive wording. Ordered the repeal of Lyndon B. Johnson's infamous executive order, which mandated affirmative action rather than merit-based hiring in federal employment and contracting. Affirmative action is just discrimination, guys. I mean, it hires based, again, on your color of your skin to give you more of an opportunity over someone who could be more qualified than you. Just because they're white, they don't get the opportunity. I mean, that should be repealed. Prohibited all use of racial discrimination or DEI at federal contractors and universities receiving taxpayer dollars. Yeah, it should be, obviously. Ordered federal buildings worldwide to stop flying the pride flag, which the left had turned into a de facto second national flag around the world. Absolutely, they did.
Yes, they did.
And they fly it outside of the month of June now.
Yeah.
I mean, there's now this is a rumor. I saw some tweets going around saying that Trump banned Pride Month or wrote an executive order to get rid of Pride Month. Now, I don't necessarily care. I don't think you need like 200 days out of the year to celebrate the LGBTQ community. I don't. Veterans get 1 day a year.
Tell me.
And like I said, the only thing that's different is they have sex with each other.
Yeah.
Like,
other than that, what'd you do?
Yeah.
Just tell me what contribution to American society has the LGBTQ community done?
Oh, they'd probably argue quite a bit.
Other than cause or be a reason for a cause and division in America.
Well, you got to remember, too, a lot of the people in the LGBTQ community are just as upset about all the politicization of this as much as anybody else.
Yeah, because now you're making
their life
bad.
worse.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Now, again, if he were to ban Pride Month, if you want to give him a day, fine. But why do we need 200? No, a lot of people say, well, it's just Pride Month. No, there's like 200 plus days a year that celebrate the LGBTQ community. That's absurd. It's no longer a marginalized community. It's the accepted norm, which is the problem. I mean, come on, guys. He launched the Stargate Project, a collaboration with Silicon Valley aimed at cementing America as the global leader in emerging AI technology. Some people, even on the right, had a problem with this one.
Yeah, and it's the vaccine part of it.
Yeah, the mRNA part of it. Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
But again, it sounded like that was going to be.
Yeah. Trump doesn't do anything without reason. So either this guy is going to do good things or he's going to get exposed for wanting to do bad things.
Well, I understand wanting to be at the forefront of the AI technology and, getting it to where it needs to go and being at the forefront of that. But the mRNA, and from what I understood, talking about the mRNA vaccine, it would probably still be like voluntary, at least for now. That's the concern.
Well, if you hadn't seen, Putin said that they were close to having a vaccine for cancer. So, not that I would trust his vaccine at all either.
Right.
But it might be something good in the future. Like I don't know.
Something to keep an eye on, at least, and maybe if it got good testing. I mean, hopefully. I mean, I don't care who comes up with the cure for cancer, as long as it works. But that's the thing. Just because you say it works doesn't mean it does either. We got to have proof.
I think cleaning up our diet's going to get rid of a lot of cancer in the future.
Yeah, I honestly think if we ate better and exercise like we were all supposed to do, it'd probably be a lot better for sure.
At this point, though, it's not even about eating better because it's hard to even eat better because all your shit has chemicals in it.
And hopefully that'll get improved too. He signed an executive order to unleash ICE with full authority to target the criminals Joe Biden allowed to roam freely across this country, raping and killing. We'll talk about that more just in a couple seconds. But yeah, of course, duh. Granted a full pardon to Ross Ulbricht, who was wrongfully given a life sentence by overzealous federal prosecutors. You know a whole lot more about that. I don't know a ton about this situation with Ross Ulbricht.
He was
admittedly
the creator of Silk Road. I don't remember exactly, but I've heard the story. It was some dark web type thing, and the government didn't like it. It wasn't really that it was illegal.
Oh,
The
yeah.
government didn't like what he was doing. And he actually has a bunch of Bitcoin that they seized, and it's worth like $8 billion now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Something more to look into, I guess. On day 3, he completed the shutdown of all DEI offices in the government and placed all existing DEI employees on indefinite leave. He announced a new deployment of 1,500 active duty troops to assist in security in the U.S.-Mexico border, which we've got video of that here in just a second. Received a commitment from the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia to increase trade and investment with the U.S. by $600 billion. Already, other people in other countries are wanting to work with us now. So, as much as I'm not a big fan of the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, it's good for the country when it comes monetarily, I suppose. But again, you just got to be careful with what you're dealing with them on. Keep an eye on that for sure. But he ordered the Border Patrol to begin immediately deporting anybody caught crossing into America illegally without a hearing, ending the insane Biden policy of catching illegal crossers only to then let them claim asylum and be released into America with a court date months or years in the future. Yeah. If you cross the border, you don't have legal reason to be here. That's it. Bye. You're breaking the law. You're a felon. End of story. Done. So yeah, get out of here. Ordered a freeze on the Department of Justice consent decrees with local police departments, which Biden and Obama used to shackle local police and prevent them from stopping crime. Yeah, the stuff that they were not allowing them to arrest people for or to detain them for is insane. Mm-hmm. They were just getting people who were committing crimes, and then, oh, by the way, we're not allowed to keep them. Let them go. That's how people die. He pardoned 2 D.C. police officers wrongfully convicted in a political show trial after a gang member they were pursuing fled into traffic and was hit by a car. Sounds straightforward there. Had the Defense Department commit to using military aircraft to assist CBP in deportation operation. Yeah, I've been hearing they're going to be using aircraft to get these people back out of here and go back to their countries where they belong. So again, just expediting that process. That's just the first 3 days, guys. Not a bad start, if you ask me. But, the left did not like that whatsoever. For sure. We're going to talk about some of the other stuff the left didn't like, no doubt. Oh gosh, now's not a time for a software update there, Apple. But anyway, so yes, it has officially begun, as Shang Tsung said in Mortal Kombat. Most importantly, the border is being secured, and our country is already getting safer. Illegal crossings on day 2 of the Trump presidency had already dropped from 10,000 to 12,000 a day under Biden to about 766 border encounters, according to Tom Homan, the new border czar. I don't know what the percentage of that is, but that's a huge drop. And on day 3, he said that only 420 border crossings were reported. So tell me again that having a wide open border wasn't intentional.
Mm-hmm.
Incredible what an actual president can do when they want to, eh? But yeah, so it's crazy. This guy's got the biggest smile on his face because he's getting to do what he's been trained to do, and he's loving every second of it, no doubt about it. But we also, like I said, we've now got video of military being deployed to the southern border officially. So, yes. Oh, I don't have it up here, do I? Doggone it. I swear. This whole thing where I got to switch screens is ridiculous. But anyway. All right. We're going to get these sorted out here at some point with this stuff. But anyway. Yeah, here we go. This is U.S. military that is being used at the border now. They're being dropped in, I think, 1,500 troops. And I think they even sent in an additional set of troops after this, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, it's just really nice to see our military being used for our border for once instead of someone else's country. So, yeah, this is great to see. I mean, people may not like this, but it's got to be done to secure this nation. Mm-hmm. This is the right move to do. If you don't like it, sorry. I mean, this is what has to happen. Otherwise, we're going to have more Lincoln Rileys and things like that. So this is protecting you. As much as you may have been told on the news, this is racist or, xenophobic or bigoted, it's not. No. It's not. This is.
I mean, maybe this is just the first step. The first step in, okay, we'll get everybody out. And then those that are good-hearted and can make a good impact in America, they can come through. Like once
that's the plan.
Hopefully, Doge, they'll probably go over the process of people gaining citizenship and maybe be able to see some of the bull crap that has to go on and be like, hey, we don't need this. It needs to be simpler, and then it won't be such a big deal.
Yeah. And I've been saying it this whole time that there has to be a more expedited, faster process to get people in legally. I fully understand that. And both sides have got to get on the ball and fix that. It's not a one-sided issue. Both sides are fighting each other over it. It's stupid. But we can't just...
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, we just can't say, let it all open, let them all in. Can't do that. You got to at least be vetting these people.
Riley Gaines is married to an immigrant. And he is waiting on his citizenship. But there's one thing stopping him, and that is his health records. He has to have a COVID vaccine before he can be a citizen.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah.
I wonder if that, I bet that changes.
I bet it does too.
I bet it does too. So hopefully that won't last too much longer for them. Well, apparently mass deportations are underway throughout the country, even in sanctuary cities where they are rounding up known criminals first. And in some cases, they're finding other criminals living with one of the illegals they go to deport. Here is a few that were caught just this week alone. We're not playing no more.
I'm not going back to Haiti.
One of those threats is this illegal alien from Haiti. ICE says he's a gang member with 17 criminal convictions in recent years.
Trump, you feel me? Yo, Biden forever, bro. Thank Obama for everything that he did for me, bro.
What, he let you run rampant through the streets, committing crimes? Is that what it was?
Down its next targets, including this illegal alien from Brazil who has an Interpol red notice for armed robbery. This Salvadoran illegal alien charged locally with rape and released by a sanctuary jurisdiction.
Señor, ¿cómo se llama?
And this Dominican illegal alien charged with assault with a deadly weapon and heroin trafficking. Officers also arrested this Guatemalan MS-13 gang member facing gun charges. ICE says he was released from local custody just the day before. Their detainer request was ignored because of sanctuary policies. And in a sign of shifting priorities with the new Trump administration, this man, who was in the same apartment as the target, was also arrested after ICE determined he's also in the U.S. illegally. This is what ICE calls collateral.
So you guys got your main target just now, but you got somebody else. What just happened?
So our main target was released by a sanctuary jurisdiction, not honoring a detainer. That person was released back into the community, and when we went to go find him, he's with somebody else who was previously removed from the United States. So he's going to go today too.
And that is exactly what Border Czar Tom Homan has warned would happen.
When we find the bad guy, he's probably with others that are in the United States illegally. They may not be a criminal priority, but we're not walking away from them.
ICE Boston says they will continue to go into sanctuary jurisdictions and do their job.
Today was a good day. Today we took several significant public safety threats out of our communities. Unfortunately, a lot were released by sanctuary policies, but we're here to tell the Commonwealth and the rest of the country that we're going to find them whether they're released or not.
Seems like some fine, outstanding citizens, if you ask me.
Mm-hmm.
So, bye. I mean, sorry, you break the law, man. Not only just breaking the law by being here, but doing all these other things. It just cannot be tolerated. I'm glad they're finally doing what they need to do here for sure. Not to mention they're talking about how all these sanctuary cities, we're not going to help Trump. We're going to push back on it. I hate to tell these people, these sanctuary cities and these sanctuary states, you don't have to help the federal government to do this, but ICE has jurisdiction over you. You try to get, you try to obstruct. Tom Homan has zero compunction about throwing you in prison right along with these people.
Yeah.
Try him.
It's kind of good that they're pushing back because maybe the illegals will believe that these people will protect them and they won't try to flee.
Yeah.
Like,
you
know they're coming. I'm sure they're probably trying to get a plane together to hide.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, it's crazy. I'm glad we're finally starting to get on the right track with this, though. It's it's actually a pretty fast start, all things considered. But at the same time, it's going to take a little while. It's going to take a long time. A lot, like 20-some million people who've been let into this country illegally. We're probably not going to get them all, clearly, but definitely hopefully get the criminals as best as you can first, at least. Yeah, Trump and JD Vance had to endure a woke pastor bishop earlier this week during a national day of prayer on Tuesday. So here is a woke bishop. First of all, if you know anything about church history and stuff, a woman bishop is technically not correct in the faith. So that's a whole other podcast. But at the same time, so listen to what her message is to Donald Trump and JD Vance, and keep an eye on JD Vance and Donald Trump, especially JD Vance, his look of when he's listening to this crap and he's going, really?
In the name of our God, I ask you to have mercy upon the people
Here it is.
in our country who are scared now.
Look at JD.
There are gay, lesbian, and transgender children in Democratic, Republican, and independent families.
He looks at Trump here in a
Some
second.
who fear for their lives. And the people who pick our crops and clean our office buildings, who labor in poultry farms and meat packing plants, who wash the dishes after we eat in restaurants and work the night shifts in hospitals, they may not be citizens or have the proper documentation. But the vast majority of immigrants are not criminals. They pay taxes and are good neighbors. They are faithful members of our churches and mosques, synagogues, wadara, and temples.
He looked over at Trump like, you believe this crap right now? She's literally trying to preach.
She must have some pretty big balls, honestly, to say that.
Yeah.
While he's there.
Yeah. I mean, I just want to say before I go any further, do these people not realize how racist they sound when they say we need these people, these immigrants, to pick our crops? Am I the only one who that sounds terrible to? But this is Democrats. They have not changed, ladies and gentlemen. I hate to tell you. The woman in question is a far-left activist named Mary Ann Budd. Well, here she is back in 2020, basically, being a Trump hater here. Listen to this.
Why did you want to come out here and send
their message? It is a message of a call for justice, for swift justice for George Floyd, for systemic justice for all brown and black people who have been under the knee of this country in ways that we have witnessed time and again. This is wrong. And this rising up, this spontaneous uprising of people, mostly half my age or younger, they're the ones we should be listening to.
And they're angry at the president.
They're so angry.
They're angry at the president. So what is your message to President Trump today?
Well, I've given up speaking to President Trump.
Clearly you haven't. You tried again just this last Tuesday. But Trump responded to this, as he should. The so-called bishop who spoke at the National Prayer Service on Tuesday morning was a radical left, hardline Trump hater. She brought her church into the world of politics in a very ungracious way. She was nasty in tone and not compelling or smart. She failed to mention the large number of illegal migrants that came into our country and killed people. Many were deposited from jails and mental institutions. It is a great crime wave that is taking place in the USA. Apart from her inappropriate statements, the service was very boring and an uninspiring one. She is not very good at her job. She and her church owe the public an apology. But again, just having a female bishop is against doctrine, first of all. But at the same time, I mean, this person looks completely stable, if you ask me. I mean, first of all, there's no such thing as a transgender child, as she mentioned. Only indoctrinated children at the hand of their bad parents, number one. Number two, why are you turning a prayer service into a political statement?
You know what? She should be arrested for her idioticness. Like, oh, I hate her.
I mean, the nerve. I mean, this is supposed to be about praying. This is supposed to be about praying for his administration to bring goodwill and, be good for the country, not to chastise him on these, I hate to say it, but satanic ideologies. That's what she's promoting here. It is. That brings me to my third point. That is not a pastor or a bishop. If your pastor preaches that LGBTQ ideology is okay, flee from that church. because it's blasphemous. The so-called pastor is not of God, and you should not be learning from them from the pulpit. You're totally going to steer you the wrong way. The path of destruction is what that is. Jesus said, there will be many who say to me in those days, Lord, Lord, didn't we do things and, prophesy and, perform miracles in your name? And didn't we do? And he will say, depart from me. I never knew you. This is who he's talking about. And I'll end my sermon. But anyhow, so yeah, thoughts on this wacko? I mean, that crazy lady. I just love JD Vance's, little side eye to Trump. Like, you believe this right now? Like,
I just had a question. I mean,
you're muted, Brandon. Sorry, go ahead, Aaron.
Go ahead, Aaron. How do illegal immigrants pay taxes if they're not even supposed to have a job in the first place?
They usually don't.
Do they pay taxes? I mean,
not usually, no.
Yeah, usually that's why.
Or they file like illegal, and they get a whole bunch of like earned income credit type stuff.
I heard somebody say that like the reason why they won't, declare themselves or try to get the proper documentation is because they said that they get like $16,000 $1,600 a week. That's what it was by being an illegal. And yeah, if you're an illegal, you don't have, you're not on record. So who do you pay taxes to? They don't even know you owe it.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of the reason they don't do it. They don't want to be legal. That's a lot of the thing. But
and a lot of them send their money back home to Mexico for their families there. So they're
gaming
not
the system,
like pumping up our economy.
No,
they're sending it home.
Yeah, and they're making everything cost more for the rest of us, and we pay for a lot of their stuff. So yeah. So speaking of church, Austin 316 says, "Kiss my ass, Klaus." That's
wild.
Brandon, look at this video or look at this photo. But
anyway, damn, that looks real.
It does look real. It's outstanding. I don't know who. This is great Photoshop work. But Trump also gave a 40-minute speech virtually to the World Economic Forum and Klaus Schwab on Thursday, the WEF. The whole thing that conspiracies, everybody on the left say, oh, that's a conspiracy theory. They don't actually exist. The man in the organization that people like Bill Maher didn't even know existed when he was interviewing Roseanne before the election. Here he is not knowing.
You blocked it out, MK Ultra.
Who's that?
That's the mind control program you're under, Bill.
MK Ultra?
Yeah.
So who's Klaus Schwab?
The head of the WEF.
What's that?
Google it.
God, I love Roseanne. But by the way, shout out to Roseanne and her new single with Tom McDonald, by the way.
Brother.
Great listen to, by the way.
Yes.
Love the little dig I think she gave to the Connors television show, I believe, in that show too, if I'm not mistaken, if I caught it right. But to Bill Maher, as much as I respect him for calling out the left on their woke BS sometimes, he's got a lot he doesn't know on top of his Trump derangement syndrome that goes for days. The WEF. That notwithstanding about Bill Maher, if you missed Donald Trump's speech to the World Economic Forum crew in Davos, Switzerland, you should really consider watching it. Trump laid out his plan for America to prosper and prioritizing free speech. He basically kind of did the same thing he did to Biden and Harris during his inaugural address. The WEF have been wanting to censor speech globally for a while now, not to mention kill half of us for population control. Oh, what? You thought that the COVID virus and the clot shot was coincidence? The World Economic Forum have openly been saying that they want to destroy half the population for years. Think of Thanos in Infinity War. But Trump delivered a masterclass in politely tearing the EU a new bonus hole here. Definitely go check it out because Trump was definitely laying it into him awful thick. Definitely just like he did Biden and Harris. So yeah, it's worth a listen to. If I'm not going to play the whole thing because I think, like I said, it was 40 minutes long. But you want to listen to, some of these globalist, some of them unelected, get ripped a new asshole. This is the video for you. Like I said, he does it politely, but he definitely does it. Basically saying America's not taking your crap anymore. We're doing our own thing as we should, as the world's leader, no doubt about it.
But they also asked him questions. There was a couple CEOs and stuff, and every one of them were happy with the answers he gave them. So It wasn't Klaus Schwab or anybody like that. It was like, I think it wasn't Jamie Dimon. It was the other big bank CEO that actually might be a decent person. So they've got lots of plans to dump money into the economy.
Well, and we didn't mention it earlier, but Trump also signed an executive order that banned digital currency.
Mm-hmm.
So so that's going to be a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's a good thing. So that means less tracking of your money and stuff like that. So good. Stay away from us. No doubt of it. Something the world has wondered about for decades, though, also got an executive order this week. Trump signed an executive order to declassify the John F. Kennedy, Robert F. Kennedy, and Martin Luther King files. Here he is signing that executive order.
Okay. Lastly, sir, we have an executive order ordering the declassification of files relating to the assassinations of President John F. Kennedy, Senator Robert F. Kennedy, and the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
That's a big one, huh? A lot of people are waiting for this for years, for decades. And everything will be revealed.
Interesting line.
Yes, no redaction.
Okay. Give that to RFK Jr.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Did you catch that?
Yeah, I love how he said, give that pen to Robert F. Kennedy Jr. because he for sure has been waiting for this, no doubt about it. That's just a class act for Donald Trump for sure. And I don't remember the exact verse, by the way, but somewhere in the Bible, it does talk about that in those days, everything will be revealed. It's interesting that Trump said that. Just saying, interesting little line there. But I mean, the government now has 45 days. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Going into that, there's a lot more when they're talking about being revealed, but I get where you're coming from.
Yeah.
For like spiritual knowledge and knowledge that this world will never know until the second coming of Jesus Christ.
Right. Yeah.
But I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I was probably taking a little out of context. I ain't gonna lie to you, so my apologies. But anyway, it's all good. So I love how the government now has 45 days to release this information. This is originally, remember, a left-wing position. Do you remember when the left used to be the ones who ran on exposing what the government does?
Mm-hmm.
But they never delivered on their promises. Trump is. So what's that tell you about the left? Why do they not want it exposed now? I mean, think about that. All these people. I mean, Abraham Lincoln was shot by a leftist.
There's what I think is a fake file going around of MLK, and it makes him sound like worse than Diddy.
Oh, yeah. See, if you're seeing these fake files going around, these have not been officially released yet. They've just been declassified. So I think they said, they had 45 days to release the information. So we'll see when they're officially released, but nothing has been officially released yet. There's a lot of fake redacted files and stuff going around on the internet. So don't believe any of that crap right now. It's just not true. But by the way, between this and the World Economic Forum, Donald Trump has got some huevos, man. I'm telling you. And, somebody please protect this man at all costs, because he's been telling the world the last 5 days or so he's done with their crap. So
I just got to point out that it's Antonio Brown getting retweeted or re-xed by Trump Jr. about balls.
Yeah.
And it's his father's balls, who is the leader of our country.
Yeah.
That's what our lives is. Our lives are now a meme.
This is the reality we now live in, ladies and gentlemen. It's a crazy time to be alive. I tell you what, it's fun. But other news this week. Apparently, Vivek Ramaswamy confirmed this week he will no longer be helping to run DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, alongside Elon Musk. Here's what he wrote in a tweet, or a post, as Miranda put it. He alluded to the fact that he'll possibly be running for governor of Ohio. He said, "It was my honor to help support the creation of DOGE. I'm confident that Elon and team will succeed in streamlining the government. I'll have more to say very soon about my future plans in Ohio. Most importantly, we're all in to help President Trump make America great again." So Many are now, after this tweet, speculating whether or not he was kicked off of Doge for having friction with staff after his comments regarding H-1B visas, where he basically stated American workers are lazy compared to their foreign counterparts. So for now, it appears Doge is now solely Elon's project. Thoughts on this, if that is why Vivek was removed? Do you think he was removed due to his comments?
I think so. He got real quiet. And I also seen that earlier on, there was a little bit of friction. I don't know the subject of that one, but I think he stuck his foot in his mouth.
There was even one report I saw where there was a Trump, again, rumor, so take it for a grain of salt, where a Trump official said that he wore out his welcome. So that may have something to do with the comments he made. No, I'm not going to lie to you, though. I don't necessarily think Vivek was particularly wrong, because there are a lot of lazy freaking Americans who don't want to work. He's not wrong about that. But again, we've had that conversation about if you just want to have cheap labor, it's wrong. So, yeah.
And it's also like how it was received by the right.
The MAGA base, for sure.
It wasn't going to go away quickly.
No, they took it as they're going to take our germs, like we talked about a few weeks ago. So, yeah. So,
and
I get it.
They've been attacking Elon a lot, too. But Elon has dug himself back out of the hole pretty quickly. But we're done fucking around. If you're going to possibly screw us over, you're going to get exposed.
Yeah. And even if it's inside your own administration, Trump's like, all right, we can't have and I don't know if he's the one who got Vivek out or anything, but obviously it is a department that he is creating, so he might have had a say in this. So, yeah, if that's the case, yeah. So we'll see if Vivek bounces back politically. Sometimes these things happen where you put your foot in your mouth and you got a political comeback, and hopefully maybe we'll see him at the governor of Ohio one of these days. I still think Vivek's got a lot of promise. I really do. I think he's a pretty smart guy.
I do too.
But it's just one of those things where this can go well. Yeah.
I mean, to go along the lines with that, I mean, I know in engineering particularly, like they're practically begging people to go in to be engineers. And one of my teachers told me that if you are female, they practically give you a full ride scholarship to be an engineer. So, but the thing is nobody wants to be an engineer.
That's the thing too. If nobody wants to do it, you got to. If you need an engineer, I mean, you know what I'm saying. That's why Trump's saying like get the 1% or whatever that we need. You know what I'm saying. So I get the pros and cons to this. I do.
Going back to the health thing, look at how many people are sick mentally, physically in this country alone. The cancer rates, the declining birth rates. There was a married couple, young, on disability for like no reason, that they were scared when Trump come back, they were going to have to go get a job. There are a lot of lazy people in this country, but there's a lot that have been dumbed down, poisoned,
Definitely dumbed down. There are people who are scared. Yeah. I'm going to get deported. If you're here legally and you've not committed a crime, you're not going to get deported. Yeah. Even if you're here legally and you commit a crime, you're probably just, would probably go to jail. You probably wouldn't get deported. You're here legally. But if you're here illegally or you commit a crime while illegal, you're probably going to get deported. Yeah. So some people are just afraid for no reason in a lot of these cases. Oh, he's going to put them all in internment camps or concentration camps. No, that's not happening. But these people have been, completely misled, and they've hook, line, and sinker,
Yep.
But we got a couple other things tonight before we wrap up the show. We're almost done, though. Following up on a story we talked about last week, the Laken-Riley Act, which was passed by the House last week with zero help from Democrats, basically. I think there were a few, don't get me wrong, but it has now officially passed the Senate with a 64-35 vote, with 12 Democrats actually backing Republicans in the vote. And it's already been signed by House Speaker Mike Johnson and will now go to Trump's desk to be signed into law. This will be the first bill that Donald Trump will sign into law in his second term. And will pave the way for U.S. officials to detain illegal immigrants who engage in theft-related offenses. Good.
Yeah.
I mean, Again, this never should have happened, but Democrats wanted to play games and cry crocodile tears for these people for political gain. And now this young lady and many others have died due to their incompetence and negligence. Hopefully, Laken Riley and her family can now rest easy knowing this won't be allowed to happen again.
Yep.
This should not be controversial. This cannot get signed fast enough. So, yeah, good to see it. Absolutely.
I wonder if she was going to be an engineer.
I think that's what she was studying for, to be an engineer, wasn't it? Pretty sure, pretty certain. I could be wrong, but yeah, I'd have to go back and look. But yeah, she was in college, definitely studying. So yeah, it's a shame. It really is. Let's see here. What else we got? Trump. As of today on Friday, what was it? January 24th. Trump and Melania ended their first week back by doing something Joe Biden always had a hard time doing: visiting disaster areas in a timely manner. They've traveled to North Carolina 3 days after inauguration, by the way. Well, 4 days, I guess you could say. Following a Hurricane Helene, where people are still trying to pick up the pieces of their lives. While in North Carolina, Donald Trump also suggested getting rid of FEMA and giving those resources to the states to use when a disaster happens. That actually makes a lot of sense to me. Why does the federal government need to dictate what a state needs? Especially when the federal government is too concerned with giving money to foreign nations, and then when they do give it to a state like North Carolina, they are withholding aid from certain people in North Carolina based on who they voted for. So why not cut out the middleman?
Mm-hmm.
I said this like 20 shows ago. FEMA is absolutely worthless. They always have been, and they always will be.
Yeah.
Unless Trump reforms them, but I think he has to get rid of the whole entire squad of idiots.
Yeah,
Did you hear any of the videos when they were down in North Carolina setting up? And those women don't give a shit about you.
I didn't see any from the North Carolina one, but I do have
when they were first down there, right after it happened, they were down there. Oh, you have to do this, and we're only here until this time, and they didn't care.
Why is it when Trump comes to town, everybody just seems to think they could just tell him what to do?
Yeah, it's weird.
We're going to get into that in just a second, too. Watch
so weird.
Yeah, it's so strange. But anyway, speaking of which, they also traveled to California on the same day, mind you. They also traveled there to visit the aftermath of the wildfires, where Donald Trump was greeted on the tarmac by Mr. Big Talk himself when Trump's not around, and now he's all grateful that Trump is there, Governor Gavin Newsom. Here is Newsom singing a different tune now that Trump is face-to-face with him. Remember, he was talking all that stuff about, Donald Trump don't know what he's talking about. Donald Trump says, I know what I'd like to say to him, but I won't say it, blah, blah, blah. Well, here's Gavin Newsom singing a different tune now that he's there to help.
Thank you for being here. It means a great deal to all of us, not just the folks in Palisades, the folks in Altadena that were devastated. We're going to need your support. We're going to need your help. You were there for us during COVID. I don't forget that. And I have all the expectations that we'll be able to work together to get this speedy recovery.
So, yeah, whole different tune when he's standing at you face to face, huh? I tell you what.
There's a DC villain I think fits this guy. Kind of in look, too. It's Two-Face.
Yeah. Can't see the other side of his face right now, so that's perfect. Yeah, absolutely great. Yeah, he's definitely a villain, in my opinion. But after that, I guess Greasy Gavin had a hair appointment somewhere because he didn't have the balls to attend a firehouse roundtable with local politicians and concerned citizens. Trump and Melania did, though. The firefighters chanted USA as he entered the room, and they presented Trump with a custom firefighter helmet with the number 47 on it. You can see there on the table. He and Melania attended alongside with LADEI hire Mayor Karen Bass in the purple jacket on the left, who is currently facing a recall because of this disaster and her slow response to it. And Karen Bass was trying to argue with President Trump about her citizens being safe before they're allowed to rebuild where, I don't know, everything just went up in flames.
Mm-hmm.
But now she cares about their safety? I mean, but one of the reasons we love Trump is because he wasn't taking it and proceeded to roast her on national television in regards to her recovery and beginning to rebuild taking far too long and being held up due to local government permits and red tape. It's like the Democrats in Los Angeles don't want to help these citizens. Trump is over her BS already. You can clearly tell if you watch his face. Listen to this.
We can, but we want you to be safe. We want you to be back in your homes immediately.
But the people are willing to clean out their own debris. It doesn't
Yes,
cost
and
a
they
lot.
can,
You
and
should
they are
let them
able
do
to-
it because
No, no,
by
no,
the
they
time you
can do
hire
that.
contractors, it's
Right.
going to be 2 years.
If a family,
The people are willing to get a dumpster and do it themselves and clean it out.
and they can
There's
do
not that much left. It's all incinerated.
That's right.
And, it's just going to take a long time if you do. You can do some of it, but a lot of these people, I know that guy right there that's talking. I know my people. You'll be on that thing tonight, throwing the stuff away, and your site it'll look perfect within 24 hours, and that's what he wants to do. He doesn't want to wait around for 7 months till the city hires some demolition contract
If
that's going to
individuals
charge him
want to build-
$25,000 to do his lot. I think you have emergency powers just like I do, and I'm exercising my emergency powers. You have to exercise them also.
I did exercise them.
Because I looked,
signed
I
an
mean, you have a
emergency
very powerful
declaration.
emergency power, and you
Yes.
can do everything within 24 hours.
Yes. And if individuals want to clear out their property, they can.
What they're
Hold on.
hoping for.
Yes, but you know that you will be able to go back soon.
Mr. President.
Listen to
We
this.
think within a week.
A week.
That's a long time a week. I'll be honest. To me, everyone's standing in front of their house. They want to go to work, and they're not allowed to do it.
And the most
a
important
week
thing
is
is
a
for
long
people to
time.
be safe.
They're safe. They're safe. You know what? They're not safe. They're not safe now. They're going to be much safer. A week is actually a long time, the way I look at it.
Yeah, I mean, to have no home or no nothing,
Mm-hmm.
a week is an eternity for these people. But you're tied it up with government red tape. That's. I wonder what it must feel like for Karen Bass to know she's the most hated person in the room. I mean, after this, I heard somebody told me that they took her mic away because she didn't say anything else. The
I
rest of the
seen
time.
the guy reach for it.
Yeah.
And
All I know is after this week, I feel a lot better. And this is how I go to bed every single night, knowing that America's in good hands.
Yep.
Good.
So yeah, good to have TikTok. I'll tell you what, right now. So yeah, they're back. If this week is a sign of things to come, I can't wait to see what's next in the next 4 years and what it brings. So it's a great start, though, in my opinion. So yeah.
Yep.
Any other thoughts on that? Karen Bass and her stupidity, trying to argue with the president first time meeting him at there. You know what I mean? Maybe not first time meeting him, but
Like
this
I said,
term.
fire is destructive, and I feel for some of these people that when you do everything, not just some things, not just everything. That's wild, man.
I've seen a senator is gonna take the insurance companies under oath, I believe, and ask them what's going on with these people that don't have insurance anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
I hope they get it figured out.
I mean, she was saying something earlier on in that meeting. I can't remember exactly what she said would take so long, but she said something would take 18 months to get done. 18 months.
Crazy.
It's a year and a half.
But what they're hoping is these people will just sign over their land.
Yeah, I'm
and
sure.
give it to the government because they want to build 15-minute cities on them.
Yeah, just like in
See,
Maui.
that's ass. Yeah, that's
it's government BS. And you could just tell Trump, even when he wasn't speaking, he was pursing his lips like, you know, he knows it's BS. He can read right through it. And but yeah. But one last little. Oh yeah.
One condition under the aid that he's going to give California is the election
voter ID. You
Yeah.
know, and I think there was one other condition too.
Yeah, I
but
can't
you know they're
remember
not going to go for that. But
if they she's already facing recall.
yeah, I think Gavin
And
maybe
if the
too.
people need aid and they don't
Yeah.
they got a decision to make, man. And
Yeah, that may be the best way to get it done too. When you play a little hardball with them, I know it sucks because these people need the money, but at the same time, if these people can't be trusted with it anyway, what's the point of giving it to them if you're never going to see it?
think back of Putin. You know, they want to end this war and they want Fauci. So maybe we give them Fauci, you know?
Yeah. And one last thing
It's
I did forget to
all
one thing I did forget to mention before we leave too, tonight while we were on the podcast, Pete Hegseth has officially been confirmed as the new Secretary of Defense and a massive win for President Trump in America. So he will be your Secretary of Defense. So yes, that's absolutely outstanding. So can't wait
And
to see
he
that.
has 7 kids.
Yeah.
I don't see how he's got time. But
Yeah.
his wife
So
must be a superhero.
For real.
God, I can't imagine.
7 kids
Neither.
is wild.
7
That's what
kids.
that's the goal Aaron said he had.
What, you'll get 7 kids, Aaron? Really?
Well, that was the original goal, but wife had other ideas. So
I don't know if I'd even want 7, man. That's a lot. I mean, whew. 2 or 3 maybe, but even it is like, oh man. Right now I'm happy to take care of myself.
See, that's
So-
like my mom, she was the middle child of 12, 6 boys, 6 girls.
Wow, that's insane. I know a lot of people do it. I just don't see how, especially in this economy. I don't know.
You got it, brother. I'm good. That's any economy. Fuck that.
Well, yeah, any economy. Yeah, fair enough.
Prove it.
Yeah, fair enough. That's for sure.
You better make it work, because if it don't, it's an issue.
It's a wrap. All right, guys. Well, let's get kind of. What's that?
A lot of hand-me-downs.
Yeah, that's true too. No doubt
You're
about it.
lucky to get new stuff. Maybe Christmas and your birthday.
Yeah, cousins are a lifesaver when it comes to hand-me-downs for sure.
For sure.
All right, guys. Well, it's we're 4 hours in. It's a long show, but thank you guys for so much for watching. I think we're going to call it quits for the evening. Yeah, so appreciate you guys watching. Don't forget to comment, like, and subscribe. Don't forget to follow us on Rumble. We have been getting some more subscribers over on Rumble, and YouTube subscriptions have gone up a little bit too, slowly but surely. I'm still trying to build out the channel. Hope you guys will support us for sure. And like I said, let us know all the stuff that you liked about this video in the comment section below. Follow us on our X and all that good stuff as well. So thank you guys for watching. We'll be back next week talking a little bit of Royal Rumble, probably talking some more politics, and probably talking about who's going to the Super Bowl. A little bit of a preview, maybe who's coming up next week. So thank you guys for watching. Take care, and God bless. Good night.
Good night.
Bye.
Later.